See if we go live. Should do. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackland here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also smash that bell. Today's going to be very, very interesting. We finally get some 9.2 stuff, which, of course, I think most of us are very fucking excited for. It's been a while. It's been a while of trying our best to, I don't know, fight for content, looking for anything that we could possibly talk about. So it's sort of nice, you know? It is sort of nice. Let's just quickly do this. 9.2 announcement. All right, Nico Spider, how you doing? Shima, how you doing? Enoch, how you doing? Happy to have all of you here. Jory Carver, how you doing, brother? Riff 9.2, Rise of the Cat Boys. Hey, always. Jota, how you doing, brother? Malthrax, how you doing? Just got my coffee. I've got my coffee here, although I've been awake for a while now. My electricity literally just came back. Mork Gaming, thank you for the first time chat, brother. How you doing, man? I haven't closed out the tab since last night, so you just scared the shit out of me. Fuck, you know. Today's gonna be a pretty long stream. You know, we have the 9.2 stuff to look forward to. Blue Fairy, how you doing? Delaman, how you doing? Shay, how you doing? Shadow Grove, how you doing? King Julian, how you guys doing? Jamanio, holy shit, how are you? Haven't seen you in fucking ages. Let's be able to tune in after a shit week. Oh shit, what happened? Limpax, how you doing? Saying hi to you all from Sweden. Hey, happy to have you here. Kariel, how you doing? Black Mario, how you doing? Karaoke, Natora, Zofia, how you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty happy. I am pretty happy. We get some 9.2 stuff now. I can finally stop. What's the word I'm looking for? I can finally stop trying to pull content out of my ass. Sage, how you doing? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Nick, Manias1, Malifia, Jules, how's everyone doing? First time on the stream, always watch you on YouTube. Happy to have you here, Sage. Very happy to have you here. We're going to be talking a little bit, obviously. Alison, how you doing? We're going to be talking about what we could expect for 9.2. Probably that video will be uploaded soon, right? We're going to be making it here, so then we'll upload it. Bobby, how you doing, brother? Holy shit. Rizanami, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some hearts and chat? 5 community subs, absolutely amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to be talking about what to expect for 9.2. And then we're going to watch, right, as Blizzard announces 9.2, gives us a developer insight on 9.2. I'm not entirely sure what to expect. You see Asmongold's video on his WoW community application? I did see that. Yes, I did see that. Prison Army, thank you for still on sub. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Both excited. Hey, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. There's this part of me that's going, yes, finally, some content, right? And then there's a part of me that's sort of going, but what kind of content? Right? What is it exactly that we're looking forward to? Is this the sort of patch that we had with Tanan Jungle all the way back in World of Draenor, right? Where it's basically giving up on the expansion, right? Because looking back at Tanan Jungle, you pretty much saw immediately that this was their basically just keep yourselves busy. We're working on the next thing. Yeah? Mainly because the only thing they really did in Tanan Jungle was to basically allow you to endlessly level alts and gear them, right? So that's sort of the question. Or are they learning and actually making changes? That's the biggest question. That's the question that I think most of us are asking ourselves. That's the thing that most of us are worried about, right? What can we expect from this? Is this going to be just another Tanan Jungle fiasco where you basically, without saying it, give up on the expansion? Or is this you? Because we'll talk about all of this. Let's just wait for everyone to sort of filter in, and then we'll get talking. Is it going to be a live stream or a video, or how are they going to do this? I don't know. Probably a video. You'll probably see them reading off of their screens, much like they did with the community council. I don't expect this to be a proper live stream with proper questions being answered and proper discussion being had, which is what I would like to see, right? Now, how are you doing? Thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Hey, so glad to get all the first time people in here. It's great adding more people to the absolute degenerates in this chat. Very happy to have you people here. I think they need to be given a year before you can trust them again. I'm not quick to trust anyone, and it would be the same with Blizzard. 9.2 does not restore my faith in Blizzard. 9.2 most likely does not make me resub to Blizzard's game, right? But if I spot that the philosophy in 9.2 is correct, so if I spot that they're actually trying to turn around Shadowlands and actually make it good, that fills me with hope, right? That fills me with hope that 10.0 could be good, right? Because I will wait for 10.0. Zofia with the 5 community subs. Thank you. Love and chat, hearts everywhere. 5 community subs is absolutely amazing. Thank you. What did you say, King Julian? Were you shilling for the game again? What if 9.2 is fucking amazing? Doesn't matter. If so, how you doing? It doesn't matter. 9.2 could blow my socks off, and I would still not trust them for 10.0. Because this is not the first time that Blizzard have done this. In fact, Legion, the final patches for Legion was amazing. It fixed most of the problems in Legion. BFA 8.3 was a pretty good fucking patch in BFA, and it fixed most of the problems for BFA. Blizzard is no stranger to fixing the game at the end of its lifespan. It doesn't mean shit. What means something is if they can launch an expansion without these issues in mind, right? If they can launch an expansion and that expansion from the beginning is actually good. So 9.2, even 9.3, it proves nothing to me. It proves that they can listen to the community fucking finally, but they've shown in the past that they can do that, right? They did it with Legion. They finally listened to the community and it was actually pretty good at the end. They did it in BFA. They listened to the community and it was finally good at the end. So it means nothing to me until they can show that they do that without having to first fucking learn lessons. Mork Gaming, you motherfucker. Thank you very much for joining the sub team. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I hope they don't just make a new raid with End Boss Jailer and move on. They got to keep the Jailer now. We'll talk about that. It's one of the reasons I decided to go live earlier today rather than go live, say, an hour or two before the discussion, because I want to talk about what I want to see in 9.2. Yeah? I want to know what I'm going to see. So the OnlyFans goal? What OnlyFans goal? I don't think there's an OnlyFans goal. Unless, of course, you think I would ever start an OnlyFans, which is something that will never happen. It's 8 o'clock for me, so about, let's say, 3 hours from now. Bikarku, how you doing? Said 5,000, he shaves his beard and takes pictures shirtless. I never fucking said that. I will never shave my beard. You can go fuck yourself. It will not happen, right? When I reach, like, when someone gives me $5,000, you can go fuck yourself and put that on the internet. Like, I will be willing to make that bet. But there will be no shaving of the beard ever. Your OnlyFans is blowing up right now. D-Moss, how you doing, bro? We're out here pimping out Echo. If you can kill Jailer in 9.2, then it is a stupid move. Agreed. And a big man, I'm doing pretty terribly. How about you? Why? What's wrong, Pikurku? So, Aki, you're telling me if 9.2 and 10.0 are amazing, then you will be full on board with WoW again? Yes. Doesn't matter what 9.2 is. That's what I'm saying. I don't care at all what 9.2 is. I care about 10.0. 9.2 will show me whether or not Blizzard is willing to learn lessons. And by learning lessons, I mean not just give up on the expansion, right? Because Blizzard is very good on that. They're very good of basically giving up on the expansion and putting all of their eggs in the next one. And then just basically giving players what the fuck they want. Yeah? So they just go down the list, take all the boxes of all the things the players asked for, give the players that, and then put all of their baskets in the next game. Blizzard have done that multiple times, but that's not how you learn from your mistakes. You learn from mistakes by actually fixing mistakes, by actually going back and doing something about those mistakes. That's how you learn, because oftentimes in fixing the mistakes, you realize where you went wrong, right? You're not going to know that until you fix it. You're not going to know, but once you fix it, you might go, oh, that makes sense. Why players would rather want this than this, right? But Blizzard doesn't ever do that. They just give up. They just go, fuck it. We'll do the next one, right? And then the next one launches with exactly the same issues as the previous one, and Blizzard is left sort of in awe, right? They're sort of speechless. Like, why do people not like this? We did everything they fucking asked. It's like, no, you didn't. You literally did everything that we said you shouldn't do in the previous fucking expansion. So yeah, I'm not on board with shit until such time that I see an actual change in Blizzard's philosophy. I want to see 10.0 starting with Illyria and Terralion having a fight in Stormwind, two ambassadors of Void and Light. Then suddenly the Red Star fades in the sky. We do know that the Red Star fading would be very bad. So do we really want that? Because that signals the end of something. Whatever that something is, do we really want the Red Star in the sky to fade? I personally think the next expansion should be closer to home. It should be closer to home. We should do stuff in Azeroth. We shouldn't leave Azeroth. That's basically what I think. The next expansion should not leave Azeroth. And the Red Star fading might signal a necessity to leave Azeroth. But I already think I know why the Red Star is going to fade. Zuvul isn't going to dominate the whole universe at once. The Red Star fading is going to be Zuvul basically changing the game, right? Zuvul is going to dominate the Titans. And that's when the Red Star fades. The Titans are now dominated. They're under the control of Zuvul. By the way, Celestro, thank you for the sub. Did really appreciate that. 39 months in a row, you absolute beast. You absolute fucking beast. Malexis, how you doing? Really are sub queen? Who? Oh, Celestro. Yeah, Celestro has a cunt ton of subs. He's been subbed to this channel for a long time. Celestro is one of those, one of the old guard, the people who's been subbed to the channel even before I actually streamed on the channel. So I started the channel, realized I couldn't actually stream on the channel because I'm too far away from Europe and there's no Twitch servers in South Africa. And people subbed to it, like Celestra. And they stuck with it. Like 2 years of basically maybe once a month a stream. And just stuck with it. Thenrick, how you doing? So there's some people that's like fucking, they've been here longer than I've actually streamed here. Like, properly streamed here. No way, somebody dominates Sargeras. He is the end boss of story, or no? I mean, Zuvul could dominate him if Zuvul truly figured out and mastered domination magic. He could absolutely dominate Sargeras. Of course, that depends on how powerful do we believe domination magic to be, right? Because we know that the old gods can't influence Titans once they're born, because Titans are just mentally too powerful. Now, could domination magic be more powerful than whatever the old gods tried to do? Because if domination magic is on par, then domination magic should not work on the Titans, yeah? But if domination magic is even more powerful than that, then maybe domination magic does, in fact, give them the ability to dominate whoever they wish to dominate, yeah? Covenant leaders then? I don't think he cares. He doesn't believe that the Covenant leaders matter, right? They're stuck in their ways. They don't have any real prospects of stopping him. So I don't think he's ready yet to dominate them. He will probably eventually, but he might not be ready yet to do so. As the plot demands, yeah, probably. I mean, that is true, but still, let's not talk about plot. Once you bring the plot into it, anything is possible, yeah? Because technically Blizzard does write the story and they can write whatever the fuck they want. But that's not what this is about, right? We have to talk in terms of lore, what we know about the lore, and we have to sort of pretend like the writers can't just write whatever the fuck they want. It's the hard part of speculation. You pretend like this shit is real. Yes, I will be streaming during the reveal. We're going live now, and we're only going to go offline after the reveal and after we've discussed everything. So you're telling me that if 9.2 shows the first signs of Blizzard learning from their mistakes, you will have a bit more faith and hopeful of 10.0? Yeah, sure. Look, I never made any public statement that I am done with WoW forever. If I did, I would have been done with WoW forever. I'm not one to go back on my word. So if I ever were to make a video saying I am done with World of Warcraft, then I am done. Then I uninstall the game. I remove Wowhead and MMO Champion from my list of websites that I visit every single day because I'm now done. Right? I've moved on. I found other games that I care about. I'm not going to care about WoW anymore. And then it doesn't matter, right? WoW could literally rise up to be the greatest MMO ever. I wouldn't play it, right? I wouldn't play it. So that's it. And Valestros, you and I disagree very much on that. WoW is that bad. If there was something that I could salvage from World of Warcraft, I would have made positive videos about World of Warcraft. I'm not one to make negative videos just for the fuck of it. Plus, you are lying when you say I haven't made a single positive video about World of Warcraft in months. If you go over to my main channel, it's nothing but positive videos about World of Warcraft. It's videos that literally just focus on the lore. There's no negative videos on that channel. And that's my main channel. There's 44,000 people there. The only channel that I do very much do negative content about World of Warcraft is the Clips channel, which is, I'm assuming, where most people discover me, is on the Clips channel. But the Clips channel isn't where I don't control the conversation for the Clips channel. Murazons, thank you for the gifted subs. Dude, really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. First time gifting us up as well. Really appreciate that, bro. Another one. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Can we just come love and chat? This is his first time in the channel, just sort of giving away some money. Really fucking appreciate that, bro. Thank you for all of the gifted subs. For me personally, and I think this is something that people should know. Can I ask how many people in chat discovered me through the Clips channel? How many people in chat only really know about the Clips channel? Like, didn't even know that I have a main channel that isn't the Clips channel. I suppose. How many people discovered me through Echo Clips? Butanic, how you doing, bro? Is a while, Bella? Nice. All right, so there's quite a few of you. So let me put it this way. I don't control what goes on the Clips channel. Chat does, right? And you can ask chat. I don't get to control that. I sit down and we discuss whatever chat wants to talk about, right? So when chat asks me a question about, the state of WoW, I'm gonna answer honestly, and that, if it's good enough, makes it onto the Clips channel. That's it. That's it. I don't have a bend or a point to prove on the Clips channel. The Clips channel is filled with random videos. It's just random clips of stuff that we discuss on the streams. So yeah, there's a lot of negative stuff. And guess what? There's a shit ton of negative stuff still coming. Because there's weeks of content that we haven't uploaded yet on the Clips channel. So much so that I'm starting to think of starting a second Clips channel just so that we don't fall so far behind. We have, Alex, if you're in chat, how many clips do we have currently in the back burner? Jamil, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. I discovered through the clips, but enjoyed the conversations on that channel because it was thought-provoking. I'm happy to hear that. chatter. Very happy to hear that. I don't tend to watch the Clips channel, enjoy the main one. The Clips channel is doing far better than the main one, though, I will say. The Clips channel is kicking the main channel's ass on everything. Like, there's not a single video that I upload that doesn't do far better on the Clips channel than what it does on the main channel. So, in terms of just views, the Clips channel is probably my main channel because it does far better than the main channel. But there's a reason for it. I don't want the main channel to be full of clips and shit. Final Fantasy XIV clips channel reuses your Final Fantasy XIV clips. I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't really mind. But no, just to get back to what I said from the what I started with. When I'm done with a game, so if I ever decide that I'm over it, I'm never ever going to play World of Warcraft again, then I am over it, right? Then that is the end of it for me. I won't lose any sleep over it. It won't bother me one fucking bit, because then I'm done. Yeah. But you need to push me pretty far for me to reach that point. Like, Blizzard would have, I would say, quite safely, if 9.2 is not what I want it to be, and 10.0 fails magnificently as well, then I am probably done. You know? Then that would probably be the moment that I go, right, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this crazy ride that was World of Warcraft for the last 4 years, but I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm playing other games now. Which, technically, I am already playing other games, you know? I'm not playing WoW. I'm not even sub to WoW. Because I'm waiting for them to show me why they want my money. And why I should give my money to them. But yeah, that would probably be the moment that I go, yeah, I'm done wasting my time here. Because right now, World of Warcraft feels a little bit like a waste of time. You know, I release a normal fucking clip, right? Let's just see here. I release a normal clip. Final Fantasy is the king of MMOs, yeah? On the Clips channel. 5,500 views in the first day, yeah? 5,500 views. I release on the main channel a lore video about World of Warcraft. After 2 days, it's still at 3,000 views. It's clear that people don't want to see lore videos. People don't give a fuck about the lore. Black Rose Dragon, how you doing? Good morning to you. Arrow, how you doing, brother? So, yeah, for me, it's just... As soon as I reach the point where the amount of work that I put into the main channel becomes just nonsensical, so I can find better ways of spending my time, that's the day that I will announce that I'm done with WoW. Because I could find better ways to spend my time making other content that is more successful and more fun. As long as it's fun, I don't care. So if I actually had fun making World of Warcraft content, even if people didn't watch, that would not bother me one fucking bit. Like, I would not care. That's one of the only reasons I'm still making lore videos for World of Warcraft, is I still find it sort of fun. I do. I find it fun to sit down and go, oh, by the way, guys, so I had this thought, this theory about World of Warcraft. And then, you know, talk about that. It's still fun for me. So I don't really care that the video only gets like 3,000 views. Because I had fun making it, and that's why I started the YouTube channel. I just wanted to have fun. Yeah? But if it reached the point where I'm no longer having fun doing it, and no one's watching, then what's the fucking point in doing it? Right? It's people wanting their controversy versus hearing lore in a way. Chatter, true. There is definitely some truth in that. People love controversy, especially when it's new, right? When you're in that moment and oh my god, everyone is glued to their seats. Like the videos that explode on the channel is, for example, are players really done with WoW? That's 15,000 views. We've got 8,000 views here. No more BS, please. Is it possible for Blizzard to have 1 week of no BS? Yeah. We have Blizzard Twatter having a meltdown. That's 14,000 views. 20,000 views on Blizzard devs are showing their true colors. You know, so 9,000 views on why Final Fantasy kills WoW. So people right now are very much invested in the controversy. They're very much invested in the war on Blizzard. And it just so happens that these clips are coming out now, right? Because some of these clips are old, by the way. Some of these clips are almost a month old. Because we can only upload 3 videos a day, yeah? I can upload no more than three videos a day. And we, generally speaking, so yesterday, for example, out of the single stream, we ended up with about 5 clips. So that's literally 1.5 days of clips. So it becomes difficult to actually keep up. Well, I can act, but any news on the package yet? Nothing, Blue Fairy. Absolutely nothing. I go down to the security office every single day to ask about the package. Nothing yet. Looks wooden and Weeble is shit. What's that, Theory? What game? Don't you want to hear about Final Fantasy? Theory, I think you're wrong. It's about 3 hours till the announcement stream. I think you're wrong, by the way. Final Fantasy is literally not as weeb as much weeb as people think. So look, I get it, right? I was one of those people. I'm straight up. I was one of the people that did not want to play Final Fantasy because I don't like weeb stuff. I don't watch anime, right? I don't know shit about the weeb culture. And when I looked at Final Fantasy, and not just Final Fantasy XIV, when I looked at the Final Fantasy genre, it looked very much like what you would expect weeb games to look like, right? And I'll be honest with you, historically, I'm not a fan of Eastern MMOs. I've never been a fan of Korean MMOs. I'm not a fan of Japanese MMOs, or even games for that matter. I hate the art style. I hate the combat style because it's usually way too OTT for me. So I genuinely resisted playing Final Fantasy for a very, very long time. Years, in fact, that I just refused to play Final Fantasy. Then finally, chat whittled me down, and I would like to just say with pride that I started playing Final Fantasy long before it became a thing. So long before Asmongold and all those people jumped onto Final Fantasy, I started playing it already. So almost a month and a half, I think, before anyone else started talking about it. But I didn't stream it because I thought, fuck it, we don't really do game streams here. I'll just play it offline and I'll record myself playing it. And if it's good enough, I'll say, you know. Because I promised chat I would do a first impression if I could get through the game. At first, I hated it. I'm going to be fucking honest with you. At first, I despised the game. First 30 levels, and you can go watch my Final Fantasy first impression on the main channel. There's about 7 minutes of me complaining about Final Fantasy. For the first 30, 45 levels, I was complaining like a bitch on that game. Like, everything pissed me off. Everything bored me. It was just so much running and shit. I hated it. I didn't like the graphics. It looked bland. And then something happened. Something that I, to this day, can't really describe to you. But the story started to grip me. And once the story gripped me, I forgot about the graphics and the running and the sort of slow gameplay in the beginning. And it just became more fun. You know, it just turned into a really fun game. Like, I got to a point where I actually wanted to know what comes next. So I would do things that I didn't necessarily like, but I did it because I wanted to know what comes next. And then you start to realize that the weeb stuff in the game is really only there if you choose to interact with it. Right? You could join an RP guild that goes full-blown cat goals and bunny goals or whatever the fuck. You could do that, no problem. But if you don't want to, you just don't. Because those things aren't really in the main game. Those small little potato people, the Lullafals, they're evil as shit. They're evil as fuck. They're not cute. You don't look at them and you think to yourself, their story isn't even cute. They are fucking miserable cunts, is what they are. And you play through that story and you're like, oh my god, this is insane. The graphics grow on you to the point where I would say Final Fantasy in some cases look better than WoW, for me personally, because you do get used to the graphics. Look, at the end of the day, you can get used to almost anything. Yeah. There's very little that you can't get used to, but it grows on you. You learn to love the combat. You learn to love because at the end of the day, the best way I can describe the journey of Final Fantasy to people is if you were in real life, if you decided you wanted to become a black mage, you wouldn't start and on the second day be a full-blown black mage, right? If you decided that you wanted to be the hero that saves the world, that wouldn't happen in 12 hours. It takes time, and Final Fantasy runs you through all of that, right? It takes its time. You have to learn how to be a black mage. You have to become the hero. You don't just do one thing and they go, oh my god, you're the hero. No, you are nobody for a long time before you become somebody. And even when you're somebody, you're still not really the hero, right? You're just somebody. They kind of know you now. It takes a really long time for you to prove that I am the one, right? I am Neo. I was sent here to save all of you. And once you appreciate that pacing is deliberate and they want you to go that slow, it changes Final Fantasy XIV entirely. It changes it entirely, and it makes it a really good, fun game. But you can't rush it. You see, here's the problem that I know for a fact is why the vast majority of World of Warcraft players cannot get into Final Fantasy. And do we have any Final Fantasy players in chat? People who play Final Fantasy in chat right now? Most of you will understand exactly what I'm about to say. You are conditioned in World of Warcraft to play games the wrong way. You see, in World of Warcraft, you are conditioned from the very first level that the entirety of the game starts at max level. Everything else from level 1 to level 60 is a waste of your fucking time. The game starts at level 60. So you rush every game from level 1 to level 60 as fast as fucking possible because you need to get to where the game starts, right? That's wrong. A game starts the minute you install it and you launch it. And that's what Final Fantasy does. The game starts at level 1. If you rush through it, you're wasting the game. You literally paid for stuff that doesn't matter, right? Because you're skipping it. The game starts at level 1. The journey is the game. There's nothing that you can do at max level that you can't do at level 50, right? You want to raid, you can raid at level 50. The activities is there. It's strewn throughout the world. The world lies there and it wants you to discover it. It wants you to play in it. The problem is you're conditioned as a WoW player to rush to endgame because that's where it all happens. There is incredible stuff in endgame for Final Fantasy. Of course there is. But it doesn't nullify the things that you do to get there. The journey is in fact the reason you want to get there. But no one plays that way anymore because everyone is so used to World of Warcraft, right? Where who gives a fuck what you do at level 10 or at level 15 or at level 20 or at level 40 even. No one cares. Those things don't matter, right? You just want to get to the end game. So stop. If you could change your mindset, right, and realize that a game is supposed to start when you play Witcher 3, yeah? Let's use a single player RPG. When you play Witcher 3, the game for Witcher 3 doesn't start the minute you challenge the final boss. The game starts in the opening cinematic when you first start playing, that's when the game starts. If you just skipped Witcher 3 to the final boss, you'd be wasting your time. Because you've just skipped over all of the game, right? You've skipped literally all of the content. You're getting about 1% of the content. Final Fantasy is exactly the same. You're missing 99% of the content because you're chasing the 1% of the content that's somewhere up there in the fucking cloud that doesn't exist. Because surprise, surprise, unlike World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy content doesn't disappear. If you compare Shadowbringers content to the content in Final Fantasy, Shadowbringers has almost no content. Because the reality is that Shadowbringers only adds content to the existing field of content. It's just sad that and I can say this because I am one of those people that went exactly through that. I did exactly that. I went in with the wrong mindset of trying to skip over shit because why would I play this? I'm level 1. I need to get to max level because that's where the game gets good, right? No. No, not in Shadowland. Not in Shadowbringers. Oh, not in Final Fantasy. It's not how it goes. You have to change that mindset. So yeah, I recognize for some people it's just never going to be good, and that's also perfectly fine. Games are subjective after all. I, for example, massive fan of something like Oxygen Not Included. I know for a fact that a lot of you in chat would never play that game, right? Not your thing. You don't like games like that. I don't really like first-person shooter games. Doesn't matter that someone else likes it. Games are subjective. We all like what we like. And that's it. I don't want to change anyone's minds. I don't want to force anyone to play any games. But I also don't want you to miss out on some truly magnificent games. Guild Wars 2 is another one. The story you go through each set of level or exploring, and the leveling story makes you keep enjoying the story as they go. We will try Guild Wars 2 as well. Star Wars is the next game that I want to try. Well, I get that. I don't play Skyrim just because it's not a good game, in my opinion. Hold up, let me just quickly, I have some videos that I have to make live, and if you need coffee, now's the time to go grab some coffee, because once I'm done with this, we're jumping into Final Fantasy, not Final Fantasy, we're jumping into World of Warcraft 9.2, and what I'm expecting for 9.2. So now would be the perfect time for you to go grab a cup of coffee whilst I quickly make these videos live. Sorry guys, I didn't have electricity earlier in the day, so this is literally the only time that I have available to make these videos live. Which sucks because I prefer to have this shit done before I go live. But yeah, there's no fucking chance of that ever happening. Not with my country. And sub from Preach entirely because he's covering content I don't want to see. It's all Final Fantasy. Well, Preach isn't actually covering all Final Fantasy. Preach is covering a shit ton of games right now. Like, he's covering crazy amounts of fucking games. But hey, if you don't care about that and all you care about is WoW, then no problem. You still have Soul So Breezy. You have Taliesin. They'll never stop covering World of Warcraft. I mean, it doesn't matter how bad that game gets. I don't think Soul So Breezy or Taliesin and Evertal will ever stop covering it. Hazelnutty Games will probably never stop covering it either. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not sitting here slacking them off. It's just they like the game and they refuse to give up on it. Right now, it's 10 past 5. For me, at least. Why can't you move to the EU? Neo, because moving to a different country from South Africa is fucking hard. Minority on that. I was also a new player to WoW and saw some from the get-go how it was the rush to endgame. Wait, who's disagreeing that World of Warcraft isn't a rush to the endgame? Who's disagreeing with that? Because we could actually have that conversation if you really want to. And it can be proven that World of Warcraft is a rush to the end game. Actually, very simply. So yeah. 6 p.m. Yes, this one goes live 6 p.m. These two can go live. Okay. 4 p.m. 6 p.m. There we go. All right, good. Well, without Googling all, I just enjoyed the game and it was fun. Rubalina, but that's, I mean, if that's how you choose to play the game, that's perfectly fine. But that's not really the point. So, what can you do of value or note at level 5 in World of Warcraft? Erickson, how you doing? You see, I never use the argument it's fun with friends, ever. I also don't think that the argument it's fun with friends can be used when evaluating the level of fun of a game, right? You can't use that. Because sitting in a room with no TV, no computer, no nothing, with a bunch of your friends is also fun. Anything you do with your friends is fun. Yeah? So saying, oh my god, this game is amazing with friends. Yeah, sure. Anything is amazing with friends. It's your friends, after all. You'll keep each other entertained, I'm sure. Right? So it doesn't count if you, if you're having fun with friends. Because a game needs to be fun even without friends for it to truly be a fun game, right? 9 days played to max level. You can enjoy people, choose not to. But Ruben, that's not the question. The question is, what can you do at level... Okay, let's make it level 30 in World of Warcraft. What can you do in World of Warcraft at level 30? As time progressed, I used to love doing all the zones and area quests and TBC. That's another question that we're going to eventually... Okay, so you can do dungeons and quests, yeah? You can't actually do dungeons that's challenging, right? Because there's no way to make dungeons challenging in World of Warcraft. Dungeons are effectively just a waste of your time. They're effectively just there to sort of gate the gear. At least at low level. You basically, you can pull everything and smash through everything. Yeah? There's no ability to... Because dungeons weren't made to be current, and most of the dungeons at level 30 weren't made for the current class design. So classes right now have toolkits and talents and spells that smash those dungeons. Because those dungeons were never designed with those class designs in mind. So old content is completely and utterly irrelevant. They're not going to help you with anything. They're not going to make your life better. There's nothing to achieve by doing old content. You could do it and you could find it fun, but at the same time, you could go outside and play with a stick and maybe you could make that fun too, right? So at the end, well, you can't say that, Ruben, because Final Fantasy takes a completely different approach to their game. Unlike World of Warcraft, with every expansion completely nullifying the previous expansion, Final Fantasy doesn't do that. You can do, at max level, right now, dungeons that released 8 years ago in Final Fantasy at the difficulty, or close to the difficulty, that it was intended to be done at. Because of how they build their game. There are still guilds, 8 years later, that go and wipe on Coils of Bahamut, even though they're level 80, they still wipe on Coils of Bahamut, which is an ARR patch content, I think, trial or dungeon or raid, whatever the fuck they call it. They have different names for it. I'm not yet clued up on all the names for all the content. Final Fantasy was designed specifically for the whole game to always be a sort of what you would call relevant, right? It was designed for the story to be relevant. Then why Final Fantasy players were happy WoW had issues and people went there because they had no players, because it was so good, or because WoW was so bad? Okay, so first of all, they had a ton of players. Final Fantasy have been sort of the second most prosperous MMO for a long time. But they were happy because people were finally joining their game. The same reason you would be happy when people finally started playing WoW. Because people seem to marry their ideas. For some fucking reason, you say anything negative about World of Warcraft, and people go, oh my god, he attacked me personally. You guys saw that, right? That was a personal attack. They attacked me. No, I didn't. I attacked a game that belongs to a billion-dollar company that doesn't even know your fucking name. Like, no one at Blizzard gives two fucks about any single person in this chat, myself included. They don't care. You think Ian's gonna stand up for you if someone starts slagging you off? If someone arrived tomorrow at Ian and said, oh, by the way, that Theomi guy is a fucking cunt, you think Ian would go, how dare you say that about my players? He wouldn't even know who the fuck this guy's talking about. But you're going around defending them as if they matter. And that's why people got so happy when people were finally starting to play Final Fantasy. It's not because their game was bad. It's because World of Warcraft has held the crown for so long, and when it finally started to fall, people were willing to venture outside their comfort zones to actually discover that, hey, guess what? There's better games out there. There's something better out there. I guarantee you right now that the vast majority of people, well, actually, that would be a lie. I guarantee you that there is a significant amount of people that play World of Warcraft purely because they're addicted to the game. They don't really have fun in the game. If you truly ask them a bunch of questions after every play session, you would realize they didn't really have fun playing the game. They had lists of things that had to be done, right? I have to go get that mount. I have to go get that pet. So I log in every day and I go get the pet. I log in every day and I try to get this. I try to get that.
It seems WoW is taking that Path of Exile season approach, instead of evergreen content. And, I won't talk about WoW since I don't know WoW actually. But, seeing it being said 5 days is not rushing, when it took me almost 2 months to reach max level in relatively fast pace is a weird comparison.
Mighty Random, thank you for the 20 bits, dude, really appreciate that. Let me be clear, I'm not judging anyone for that. You are welcome to play whatever game you want to play. I'm answering a very specific question that Rubelina posed to me, right? She wanted to know, why is Final Fantasy players so happy that people are finally going to play? And why did it take so long for people to actually switch to Final Fantasy? And the answer is, very many people who play World of Warcraft are addicted to World of Warcraft. And it's World of Warcraft's fault. They designed the game specifically to get you addicted to the game. Theomi, thank you for the T1 sub. Did really appreciate that. Motherfucker, you are a cunt. I won't tell Ian, but you are. You're a good cunt. Really love you, bro. Thank you. For me personally, I don't judge anyone who wants to play any game. It's your choice. It's your life. Play whatever game you want. But let's be honest about a couple of things. Let's be honest about things, right? Currently, as things stand, if you really pushed me, I could prove to you that Final Fantasy objectively is a better game than World of Warcraft. I could do so without any shadow of a doubt, without any bias. I could prove to you that Final Fantasy is a superior MMO, and people are discovering that. As more people are learning that they're over this shit, they're done with World of Warcraft because of the shit that Blizzard pulls, they're discovering Final Fantasy, and most people who discover Final Fantasy are walking into this game going, wait, is this what a game could be? How is this, like, why is WoW not like this? And here's the sad thing. It's not like WoW can't be like that. WoW could be like that immediately, like, literally with so much ease. WoW could be like that. It's just a case of they have to try. They have to start putting in some effort. Because if we're talking fundamentals, WoW has everything it needs to be the best MMO in the world again. Everything it needs. It's just the people on top run the game into the fucking ground and they don't care about the player base. The very players that are defending them with every single fiber of their being is being shat on by people like Ian Hazikostas and Bobby I almost called them cuntic again, but they're being shat on by these people, right? And these players are just going like an abused spouse. Hit me again, daddy. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane that people don't like at least demand a little bit better. I'm not saying stop playing the game, but demand something better, you know? You're allowed to do that, by the way. It's your money. No one can force you to give your money to anyone. You are allowed to demand better. And to demand better doesn't mean that you just somehow now hate the game. To criticize the game doesn't mean that you hate the game. It means that you want the thing that you love doing to be better, to be as good as it fucking can be. That's what you should strive for. You shouldn't be afraid to criticize the game. You shouldn't be afraid to say, fuck this, I'm not playing until you fix this. Because it doesn't mean that you don't like the game. It doesn't mean that you don't love the game. It just means that you know that you're worth more. You know that your $15 actually means something. You know? Now I'm hooked on catgirls. Oh yeah. Catgirls is everything, bro. It should be said that the silent ones leave first. They do. Mostly, the silent majority are the people who, look, at the end of the day, I think they did a study once where they found that only like 30% of the player base of games actually post in the forums. So 70% of players in games don't post on the forums. These are the people that generally just leave, right? As soon as they stop having fun, they just go, cool. I'm done, you know? You never hear about them. They don't make a peep. They don't make a sound. They just move on, right? Because why would they? It's not technically their job to fix the game, right? They just play whatever is fun. When I download a game on Steam that's shit, I just refund the game. I don't write why it's shit. I don't do reviews of games on Steam. I just refund because I'm fucking done, right? I don't like your game. It's not my job to design the game better. You didn't design it good in the first place, so I'm leaving. It is what it is. You have to accept. You have to be willing to speak up for the things that you love. And that's why it pisses me off whenever people sort of accuse me of not giving a fuck about WoW. Or about being negative all the time, and I shouldn't be negative all the time. It frustrates the living fuck out of me. Because the reason I haven't made a full swap to Final Fantasy, or basically any other game, by the way, I want to play, in my private life, I play everything. When I'm not streaming, by the way, and I'm not doing YouTube videos, I play everything. If it's got a story, I'm fucking playing. I'm right now playing Death Stranding and having the time of my life playing Death Stranding, right? I'm a huge RPG fan. I'm a massive fan of games with great stories. It's what I like, yeah? So the reason I'm out here fighting for WoW and haven't just said, screw it, I'm done, I'm moving on, I'm going to go play some other game, and I'm going to start talking about other games, it's because I truly still love the game. In principle, in theory, I still want the game to work. Because I would win if I could log into Final Fantasy and play some Final Fantasy, and as soon as I'm done with Final Fantasy, log into World of Warcraft and bam, play some World of Warcraft. It's a win for me because I get to play more fucking games. More games, more better. Always. No exception. More games equals more better. It's why I fight tooth and nail, even being blocked by Blizzard fucking staff, knowing that Blizzard completely ignores what I have to say. None of them follow me on YouTube. Most of them fucking hate me. I still fight tooth and nail because I want a world where I get to log into WoW and have the time of my life. And then when I'm done doing all the things that I wanted to do in WoW, I can move over and I can fucking play Final Fantasy. And then when I'm done with that, I can go play Death Stranding. I can go play Detroit Become Human. By the way, I have bought that. It's on my list of things to play because I want to play that. I'm a huge fan of Fahrenheit, and I heard that it's the same developers. So yeah, want to play that as well. Now watching all the negative ones, I don't think they're watching the negative ones. I guarantee you they're not watching me. Look, I have openly called Ian a cunt on my channel. I'm pretty sure Ian is not paying attention to my fucking videos. I have openly called the guy a cunt. So, yeah, probably never gonna fucking happen. Which is my own fault. I don't mind that. But still, I have all of the games, by the way. I have all of the games. Let me quickly open Steam here. I'll show you. No, Thimi. No. He is not. It feels so good opening Steam and not having my camera crash. It feels good, bro. But okay, so here's what so I got a deal, basically. I have the Death Stranding here, which obviously having so much fun. And then there was a deal to buy Detroit, Beyond Two Souls, and Heavy Rain all at once. So I have all three of those. I have the Lost Ark beta, because why the fuck not? I've given up on Democracy 4, because they keep assassinating me, so fuck them. They can rule themselves. They clearly don't know what the fuck a good ruler looks like. Obviously Final Fantasy XIV. How many hours do I have in Final Fantasy XIV now? 213 hours, and I'm still not done with the Realm Reborn. I'm never gonna get to the end of Heavensward, bro. If this is how long it takes me to get to ARR's end, I'm gonna be 400 hours in before I finish Heavensward. Try Lost Ark? No, I haven't even installed it. It's still not installed. None of these games. I think Detroit Become Human might be installed. The other two aren't. But I haven't even installed it. Maybe we'll play it at some point. I haven't decided yet. 13, I have over 400 at the moment and just finishing Stormblood. Yeah, it's probably going to be the same way for me. I'm not rushing anything. I refuse to rush myself. I get that people are saying, bro, but Endwalker is coming out soon. Who gives a fuck? For me, Heavensward is coming out soon. I don't know anything about Endwalker. What are you talking about? Heavensward is where I'm going, right? I'm going to Ishgard. I couldn't give two fucks what's going on in Endwalker. I'll get there when I get there. For now, I'm going to Heavensward. I'm going to kill some dragons. Let's go. So that's sort of my view on it. I refuse to rush myself. I'm having fun, and that's it. Anyways, let's talk, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about 9.2. What do I want to see in 9.2? A sort of, I guess we could call it a wish list, but at the same time, I don't necessarily think it's a wish list so much as just, let's call it the sort of the makings of a bingo card, right? Of things that I want Blizzard to announce today. Now, first of all, let's talk about the developer preview that they're going to give us. I do believe this is like one of the first times that we're actually getting a developer preview of a PTR patch content or content patch before the PTR is even live, right? The PTR it's not even gone live yet. And now we're getting this preview from the developers. So that's sort of interesting to me. It goes a long way, and I want to praise Blizzard for that, because that is actually something that we've been asking for a long time. It sort of allows us some insight before things even go live, right? So this is their ability to explain to us the things that we should expect, but also the things that sort of still up in the air, right? I just hope, and I genuinely want to stress this, I hope that when this goes live, Blizzard isn't just giving us another series of PR statements, right? Where it's just sort of read off of a card. You get sort of PR statements with no real, because communication is one thing. Good communication is what we've been asking for. Yes, you've communicated to us, but you've still not told us anything, right? So hopefully this isn't it, right? Hopefully this is an actual sort of deep dive into what they're expecting is going to happen in 9.2. So let's start at the first thing that they need to do, a complete and utter rework of Torghast from the ground up. Torghast needs to be the piece of content that ties 9.2 over for as many months as humanly possible. So what does that look like? Soul Ash, gone. No more Soul Ash in Torghast. Torghast, endless floors. As many floors as you can go. The bosses need an overhaul to make the bosses actually quite hard. Some bosses should actually be impossible to kill if you don't get the right powers, because that's how roguelites work. And since you don't have Soul Ash in there anymore, you can make it as hard as humanly possible, right? Because there's only cosmetics in there, and people will run those for cosmetics. So Torghast is the first thing where I do believe it needs a massive overhaul from the ground up. They already have the scoring system in there. Now's the time to rework it. Now, I recognize and realize that there isn't stuff that we can hope for, or that we should keep the wish list as, shall we say, realistic as humanly possible. Because there's a ton of things that I would wish for if I believe that Blizzard could actually deliver on those things. But I don't think that Blizzard could deliver on everything that I want. But there's a couple of things that I think Blizzard could absolutely do without any issues. Mythic Plus. Remove the Keystone system. Change the Keystone system to Keystones are for Mythic Plus. You get a plus 15 Keystone. The plus 15 Keystone will take you into any of the Mythic Plus dungeons at plus 15. It's not a Keystone tied to a specific dungeon. It's whatever the hell you want. Whatever dungeon you want to run, that's the one that you run. The second thing that I want to see reworked completely is the Vault. Now, in a perfect world, I would like to see the Vault removed from World of Warcraft, because I think the Vault creates this sort of weird FOMO effect that forces people to play the game every week, even if they don't necessarily have the time. And actually, more egregious than that, it forces people who have limited time to play the game oftentimes in ways that they don't want to play the game. Because you only have, say, 9 hours a week, you're forced to spend those 9 hours doing content that you don't necessarily want to do, right? So it should change. And here's how I would change the Vault. Because I said we have to keep this realistic, I don't think Blizzard would remove it. Here's what I would want the Vault to be. The Vault never disappears. Your content within the Vault never disappears. It goes on a 7-day cooldown once you collect a piece of loot from it, right? So, let's imagine that this week, all you had time for, all you wanted to do was Mythic Plus. You can go check your Vault. You see, oh, this is the gear that I can currently choose from. Is there a piece of gear there that I actually want? Not really. So I'll just keep going, right? Because there's no gear there that I currently want. So I'll keep running Mythic Plus. I'll keep doing Mythic Plus, and the gear will shuffle based on the Mythic Pluses that I'm doing. And then maybe next week I decide, hey, I want to do a raid this week. Now I could do a raid. Maybe the week after that I do some PvP. Now I go and I check my Vault and I'm like, oh my god, there is actually a piece here that I want. I'll pick the piece up. The Vault goes on cooldown for 7 days. So for the next 7 days, I can't get anything from the Vault, nor anything I do will contribute to the Vault, right? So now I'm basically just doing things that's fun. Because there's no Vault, I'm not contributing to it. After 7 days, the Vault will open back up and you get to play with it. Is that the perfect system? No. The perfect system is the removal of the Vault and replacing it with something far better. But doing it that way at least removes the FOMO effect from the Vault, which I hate. I don't like the FOMO effect in video games. You should be able to play a video game when and if you can. Okay, so that's sort of the easier things out of the way as far as, you know, stuff that I wish goes into 9.2, stuff that I wish changes to 9.2. Next up, we have to talk about where the story goes. So first and foremost, I don't want any covenant systems. I don't want the covenants anywhere near 9.2. We're done with the covenants. You've lifted the restrictions on the covenants. You can maybe do more with those restrictions, but the covenants are done. I don't want any quests for the covenants. I don't want any collections for the covenants. Leave the stuff that you need to collect right now for your covenant as is. If people still want to finish that, they can do it. I don't want quests for the covenants. They're fucking done. They didn't work. They're a failure. Let's move on from them. Instead, what I want is to go back to Northrend. And when I say go back to Northrend, I mean the whole of Northrend. Not just Icecrown, not just Storm Peaks, the whole of Northrend. And this is where we'll borrow some from Ballilar, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but make the world alive again. Give us reasons to be out in the world with a myriad of small little things happening all over the map, and have those things be on a rotation, right? So let it rotate. Every hour, it all changes, and you get rewarded based on the amount that you did in order to help out, yeah? So people are out in the world constantly, and what I want from there is mounts, pets, and a shit ton of transmog. And when I say transmog, I mean, imagine some of the coolest transmogs you can think of, right? And have that be 2,000 hours worth of grinding in order to get that amazing piece of transmog. Let some of the mounts be an incredible amount of grinding in order to actually get there, right? In order to actually get that mount, and not reskinned mounts. I'm done with the reskinned mounts. New mounts. Give us proper mounts that actually make people excited to get something new, something they haven't gotten before, rather than just getting the 500th different color of the exact same mount that you've had since vanilla, right? So give people reasons to be out in the world, but tie those reasons not to power, but to cosmetics. In other words, it doesn't matter, right? You don't have to do any of those open world stuff. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. Now, the reason I want us to, and this is a bit of lore discussion that we're diving into here, the reason I want us to go back to Northrend is the Primus informs us when we start 9.2 that they can't actually open the gateway to Zereth Mortis from the Shadowlands. Without the original sigils, the gateway from the Shadowlands will remain closed. However, Icecrown Citadel was built to be a gateway, an anchor into Zereth Mortis. This is why Zuval instructed Arthas to actually build Icecrown Citadel the way that it was built, because it anchors into Zereth Mortis. So we go to Icecrown Citadel. We start our campaign, working our way up to a brand new 5-man dungeon. The dungeon is Icecrown Citadel. You venture into Icecrown Citadel with 4 of your friends, and you fight your way up right to the top. Not with the same bosses, new bosses, because this is a 5-man dungeon after all. It gives us the ability to go back into ICC, to experience ICC and the sort of feel and vibe of ICC as it was back in the day. But with new bosses, these bosses are generals of Zuval. You get to the top of Icecrown Citadel, and Zuval, the Primus, now opens a gateway to Zereth Mortis. But here's where I want Zereth Mortis to be completely different. Zereth Mortis is only to set up a base. There's no world quests in Zereth Mortis. Igaruda, thank you for stealing sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. There's no bases. Oh, there's no world quests in Zereth Mortis. There's no world bosses in Zereth Mortis. It's just us trying to build a base, right? Establish a sort of foothold in this new realm. Yeah? This, whatever the zone is of the first ones. To do that, we collect, say, materials, right? You can put whatever materials you want there, and then you start capturing a mine. Maybe you start capturing a lumberyard. Maybe you start capturing a fishery in order to provide food for the base, but you build a sort of mini base within the Zereth Mortis. Then a dungeon opens up. This is the second dungeon that opens up in 9.2. And I'll explain in a second why there needs to be so much content in 9.2. But a second dungeon opens up. This dungeon leads into the final raid. The final raid, right, does not end with the death of Zuval. Cannot end with the death of Zuval. Zuval wins, and he locks us out of Zereth Mortis. We can't go back. Sad times, right? Well, not really. We did build our base. We set up our foothold. We might go back eventually, right? But for now, we can't go there. We've lost. Now, Blizzard can figure out the hoodoo to get people in there, because obviously they're going to have to go back into the dungeon, back into the raid. But in a lore sense, we don't go back here. But here's the biggest thing, and this is not actually a wish list of things that I want to see, because we've made videos like this in the past. We've done videos on what we want to see from 9.2. The thing I want to see from 9.2 more so than anything else, Ben Raging, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to see Blizzard thinking ahead. Not just thinking about 9.2 and all the cool stuff that they're going to do in 9.2, but thinking about 9.25 and thinking about 10.0. And how do you tie 9.2, 9.25, and 10.0 together so that they form a cohesive story? So that in the future, 9.2 isn't just made irrelevant by the time the 10.0 comes out. So in 9.25, what I would like to see is players venturing back to the capital cities of the Horde and the Alliance. And they start to rebuild the Horde and the Alliance, because both sides have suffered great losses. Both sides are in quite a lot of trouble, so we need to rebuild, right? But Northrend is still active. So we get new quest lines in the capital cities of the Horde and the Alliance that we have to do to rebuild our sort of, armies and rebuild the Horde and the Alliance. But we're still active in Northrend. Northrend is still going on. We're still fighting Zuval's forces, trying to now, in 9.25, rather than fighting to get into Icecrown Citadel, we're trying to stop them from spreading to Azeroth. Because Zuval is now marching on Azeroth. We've lost. So Zuval is sending his forces into Azeroth. So for the whole of 9.2, we're effectively playing what will happen in 10.0. It's setting up what will happen in 10.0. That to me would be the perfect 9.2. Now, tier sets, if we're going to talk very quickly about sort of just quick stuff, tier sets need to be brought back. And when I say tier sets, I mean dungeon tier sets as well as raiding tier sets. Make gear fun again. So tier sets need to come back. Like I already said, Soul Ash needs to move to dungeons and raids. Take it out of Torghast. Torghast doesn't need Soul Ash in order to be a good system. You just need to make it fun. DK Callan, thank you much for tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I only partially agree with your opinion on Soul Ash. I think Soul Ash should be completely removed, and legendaries should be crafted for free. But if Soul Ash still exists, Torghast should be one of the ways to get it, together with other ways. Because if I only do Torghast, or only do dungeons, or only do raid, or only do anything, I should be able to craft my legendary. If you remove Soul Ash from Torghast, then it means Torghast only players are forced to do other things.
Zixix, I can agree with that. I didn't even think of that, so thank you very much for making that point. I agree with you. Maybe keep Soul Ash and Torghast, but also give people the ability to get Soul Ash from everywhere else. Yeah? So now, instead of just getting it from Torghast, you can get it wherever you want to play the game. Which is fine. That's perfectly fine. I realize it's not a long list for 9.2, but I don't think 9.2, and I'll end the conversation with this, and then we'll go to chat and whatever chat thinks of this. But I want to say, Shadowlands doesn't need that much in order to be good. That's why this isn't an extensive, very long... I sat down just before the stream, and I started writing out like a fucking caveman, because I didn't have power, writing out a list of things that I want for 9.2, and it ended up being so short that I said, fuck the list. Because I have to be realistic. I can't just wish for things that will never fucking happen, because if I did, there'd be a lot more things on the list, right? But if you keep it realistic and only think about how do you save World of Warcraft and save Shadowlands, it doesn't need that much. Just the things that I mentioned there will make the game a hell of a lot better, right, than what it is currently. It will make it a hell of a lot more fun for people than what it is currently. And I think that's what people are after. Just give us the ability to once again have a little bit of fucking fun. When it comes to PvP, I don't play PvP, so I really don't want to talk on PvP at all, right? Because, like I said, I don't PvP at all, so I would literally be talking out of my ass here with no idea what it is. So yeah, I'd like to know what you guys think of this. Agree, disagree, where do you guys fall on it? And King Julian, you're wrong. You are wrong. Games are meant to be played to be fun. If you made Torghast fun, people would fucking play it even if there was no Soul Ash in Torghast. I would play it. I would actually play it. Because in theory, even actually in practice, I do actually enjoy Torghast. I don't have a problem with Torghast. And I don't give two fucks about the Soul Ash. I have one legendary that I crafted that is the long legendary, and I never even fixed it. I never even crafted another one because I couldn't give two shits. I just enjoyed Torghast for what it was, right? I don't want power tied to it, and Torghast could be much better. If you remove the player power from it and actually make it fun, I will play the living fuck out of Torghast. If you did the things that I just suggested you do in Torghast, I would never stop playing Torghast. You guys would be watching me stream Torghast 5 days a week. I'd be like, yeah, go fuck yourselves, guys. Sit down, sit back. We're doing Torghast. And you guys be like, dude, just play something else. We're so fucking tired. Hey, we're doing Torghast. Sit down and watch. We're doing Torghast now. Because I enjoy the idea behind Torghast. I just don't like the way it was implemented. And it's not that it's unsalvageable. It just needs a little bit of love. That's it. Do you think people dislike grey, dark games rather than colorful environments? Pandaria, Nagran. Mekan, no. I don't think it necessarily... Look, when it comes to dark or grey-ish games, you obviously have a little bit of a challenge, right? Because yes, colorful normally seems more inviting. There's a reason why so many games are extremely colorful, right? Because they want to invite you in. They want to make you feel homey and welcomed. So darker games can have a disadvantage, but then look at a game, for example, like Dark Souls. Extremely popular, very fucking dark, grey, bland, right? It works because of what the game is. It adds to the mystery of the game. I'll be honest with you, the same goes for Death Stranding. Death Stranding is an incredibly sort of bland graphical game. The game nothing pops out in Death Stranding, but it adds to the feel of the game. Well, Akko, personally, I disagree, because the current system of Torghast I found boring. And yes, but King Julian, you're okay. We've had these discussions before. You cannot disregard everything I say, right, that interferes with your argument, and then make your argument as if I didn't say anything else. Because you're effectively saying, I said, remove Soul Ash. Pretty sure I said other things. Chat, did I say other things, or did I just say remove Torghast, remove Soul Ash? I'm pretty sure I didn't just say remove Soul Ash. I'm fairly fucking certain I just spent 15 minutes explaining exactly what should happen to Torghast, the overall that Torghast should go through before you remove Soul Ash. You can't make an argument like that. That's not fair. Because you're basically asking me to defend myself against the point I didn't make. Said make Soul Ash more accessible in different ways. Well, actually, I didn't say that. I got that wrong. It was actually Zigzags who said that. I said remove Soul Ash from Torghast entirely. Zigzags corrected me, and correctly so. Keep Soul Ash, right, in Torghast, but also move Soul Ash to other places. So basically, you get the Soul Ash from whatever content you do, right? So if you want to do just dungeons, you'll get all your Soul Ash from dungeons. If you want to do just Torghast, you'll get all your Soul Ash from Torghast. If you want to do just raids, you'll get all your Soul Ash from raids. So you basically say to people, hey, whatever you like doing in the game, just do it. You'll get your Soul Ash from everything in the game. Do whatever the fuck you want, or whatever you feel. If Mountain Ash wasn't in Torghast, I would probably would never play. But that's fine, King Julian. You do realize that not everything... So... Okay, King Julian, you just made a point that I need to fucking drill down on. So, World of Warcraft players, unite right now in the chat. Lend me your fucking ears, because this is important for you to know. You do realize that not everything in an MMO needs to appeal to every single fucking player in the game, right? You can have things in a, I know this is groundbreaking stuff and you guys aren't prepared for this, right? I realize that. You're so used to playing a game where everything has to be liked by everyone, right? But here's the thing, yeah? I don't have to like pet battles for pet battles to be in World of Warcraft. I don't have to like dungeons for dungeons to be in World of Warcraft. It is possible for things to exist in a game that I don't like. And guess what? I could still play the game because there might be other things in the game that I like. And therefore, I play the things that I like, and I don't play the things that anyone else likes because I don't like those things. I prefer to do my things instead. And I recognize this is groundbreaking, mind-shattering stuff because in World of Warcraft, that's not how it works. In World of Warcraft, if something doesn't work, they remove it. If they introduce something and 100% of the fucking player base do not partake in it, they remove it. Pet Dungeons is a very good example of this. Who in their fucking mind at Blizzard thought that Pet Dungeons would be enjoyed by even 20% of the player base? No one who is grounded in reality. That doesn't mean that Pet Dungeons shouldn't exist. Why is it wrong for a piece of content to exist that only 5% of the player base like? That's at least something for 5% of the player base to do. Does it matter, right, that not everyone does Pet Dungeons? No, it fucking doesn't matter. Give people Pet Dungeons, and if only 5% of the player base plays Pet Battles, then so what? It doesn't matter. Not everyone has to play everything. If Torghast reworked, remastered only appeals to 10% of the player base, so what? At least that's something for 10% of the player base to do. The answer to making a good MMO is to put as many activities into the game. So you want Torghast, Pet Battles, Pet Dungeons, Pet Raids, Transmog runs, Darkmoon Fair, time walking, raids, dungeons, fucking PvP, anything you can imagine. You want all of those things in the game, right? All of those things in the game. And then you sit back and you say, play. And the player goes, ooh, I'll go do that one. And next I'll go do that one, right? You want to create something for everyone. You don't want to create something that has to appeal to everyone. Just create a shit ton of stuff and sit back and relax. Players will find the stuff that they love the most. You don't have to worry. And Boosted Ape Lord is very much correct. This is why after 200 hours in Final Fantasy XIV, I'm still not done with A Realm Reborn. You want to know why? There's a feature in Final Fantasy XIV. The feature wasn't even designed to be an endgame feature. It wasn't designed for everyone to fucking play, right? They simply added it almost as a meme, from what I gather. And I have spent so many fucking hours racing my chocobo. I haven't even gotten to the part where you breed your chocobo. I just fucking ride the chocobo. That's it. I just ride my chocobo. Race after race after race after race after race. That's all I fucking do. Why? Because I love it. It wasn't built to be loved, right? They didn't think when they came up with this is going to be the endgame content for some people. But for me, when I hit max level in Endwalker, I'm going to go back and race my fucking chocobo. Because I like my chocobo racing. It's fun for me. It doesn't have to be fun for the guy next door, right? You don't have to like chocobo racing. I like chocobo racing. And that's all that matters. I need to like it. And by the way, I saw Lady Survival pop into chat. I didn't say hello to you. How you doing? To me, that is what's important. And this is something that it doesn't appear to me as if a lot of WoW players understand this. Because I get this so often, the pushback. Whenever I announce or whenever I describe the change in a system, there's WoW players that go, yeah, well, I wouldn't do it then. So fucking what? Then don't do it. Then go do something else. Oh, Save and Raven. I didn't even see. Sorry. I do apologize. Save and Raven, how you doing? Sorry, guys. I literally get to see chat every once in a while because I get worked up and then I miss people. So I do apologize. If there's anyone else that I didn't say hello to you. I'm really happy that you're here. Really happy that you're here. But I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get my thoughts sort of in the right place so I can actually discuss these things. But yeah, for me, people need to relax. You don't have to do everything in World of Warcraft. You can do some things in World of Warcraft and you can leave other things. The problem is someone needs to fucking tell Ian. So if there's any World of Warcraft developer in this chat, fuck off to the office of Ian, right? And go tell Ian, Akalon says he can design things that not everyone wants in the game, and it's fine. He doesn't have to design every single thing so every single player does it. It's okay if you have things that not everyone does. So if there's a Blizzard developer in here, quickly run. We'll wait for you to get back. Georgie, how you doing, bro? What are we expecting to happen today? I heard there's a teaser video coming. That's what we're expecting right now. I have no idea what else to expect, to be frank. I'm just quickly, let me just give this to Alex because he's working on this. All right, Alex, it's hitting you now. You have to edit this at the speed of fucking light, bro. Oh yeah, Twitch, need your help. We need to decide on which thumbnail to use for this video, right? So this is thumbnail number one, number one, right? Eternal Rage 9.2. Thumbnail number 2. And then thumbnail number 3. So which one do you guys think is best? I'm going to start a poll, right? I'm going to start a poll and then we'll vote on this. Which 1, 2, 3. Now, going through the list again, just before we make this live, right? 1, this is 1. So the one with the red background is 1. This is 2, right? So the one with no background is number 2. And this is 3, all right? So when you vote in that order. And there we go. All right, let's see this. Let's see what people... Number 2 is getting shot on. Poor number 2. Oh, damn, he's live. Just found you on YouTube a day or 2 ago. Bert, how you doing, brother? Happy to have you here. Very happy to have you. There's so many new people here. Fucking loving it. Bert, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that, bro. Arcane. Wait, is your name in reference to Arcane? The new anime from Riot? Because if it is, fucking love that show. I can't wait for the next episode. Okay, number 1 is kicking ass at the moment. Number 1 is kicking ass. And yes, Arcane is absolutely bonkers, dude. It is so fucking good. Arcane, happy to have you here. Arcane was actually so good. Bro, Calcinator, how you doing, bro? 1 is so nipply. You really think so? So 1 for you guys is... This one is the one that you guys like most. All right. Well, it is number one, and it seems like chat is voting overwhelmingly for number one. So, cringe with the nips. Bro, you can't remove the jailer's nips. It's what he's known for, right? It's what he's known for. I just wish we had some female bosses in the game that showed their nips as well. That would have been nice. Free the nip, now and raid. Put some tassels on him. Lol. Would it instantly be for a bikini? It's strange to me, right? I mean, it's all about equality, right? So what we want is we want male nips and female nips in the game. It's all about the equality. They do look at the tip of banana in the new ball. Jesus. Did you already discuss 9.2 or is the info not live yet? We're still waiting for the info to go live. We did discuss my wish list for it. Alex is actually editing it as we speak. It's done uploading. So Alex will edit it quickly and then it'll go live. My discussion on what I think. I understand your point, Echo, but all I'm saying is I enjoy raiding and doing Mythic Plus, especially with my friends. And if I got all my soul ash from legendaries, from doing the content I like, that's fine. That's all I want. But then you and I agree, King Julian. You see, the thing that I want, right? Netrix, of course, Brave browser. I get crypto for fucking free just by using it. Why wouldn't I? My wallet loves me. What I want from World of Warcraft is to go back to the days where I get to do whatever I want to do, right? I'm not forced to do things that I hate. I'm not forced to do things that, because the problem from what I can see, at least, the problem as it stands to me is not systems. That's where people make mistakes. People keep blaming the systems of World of Warcraft. The systems is fine. You can have thousands of systems, right? The question is, how do you implement said systems? When you have systems that is tied together to other systems, and you have systems that force certain people to do certain types of systems, even if they don't want to, that's where the problem arises. The problem is not the systems. Systems are fine. It's okay to have systems. What you want is systems that people can pick and choose from, right? I want to do this, I want to do that, like a buffet, right? That's what an MMO should be. It should be a buffet. Getting flashbacks of a buffet where I ate like a month or so ago that had prawns. Like all you can eat fucking prawns, bro. I had prawns for fucking appetizers, main meal, and dessert. But anyways, you want to be able to choose, right? And that's what you want. You want your game to be a buffet and people choose whatever the fuck they want. And that's it, right? Romak, of course, look at me. Do I look like the kind of guy that doesn't like a buffet? I'm clearly not the guy that goes like all fitness shit, right? And of course I like buffets. Who doesn't? Even skinny fucks like buffet. Everyone likes a good buffet. And systems that are built on and not just thrown away after an expansion. Oh yes. We need that. Oh, is a buffet? Wait, dates? We are talking about dates with a partner that you already know, right? So this is sort of like a long-term partner and you guys are going to buffet for a date. I don't think buffets are good first date material. I don't think on your first date you take a girl to a buffet. That might be wrong. PvP gear is so sexy to get. Should they introduce new characters and stop putting all characters in the spotlight? Like in Legion, we lost Varian and now we have Anduin. Kelly, I don't mind that they're introducing new characters, and I do actually believe that new characters are important, right? But I do think you run the risk, if you only introduce new characters and you do not tie them or anchor them to sort of, older characters that is more established, you do run the risk of alienating the audience, right? Which is what happened in Shadowlands. in Shadowlands, we got introduced to all of these new characters, all of the Eternal Ones and all of the people in Shadowlands. And the problem is that no one had any emotional connection to any of these characters. The same would happen to NPCs that you add that is sort of part of the Horde of the Alliance. If you add an NPC, but you don't give players any reason to actually feel emotionally drawn to the character, you've just added a dead character, right? You've added a character that no one really gives a fuck about. So there is a balance to be struck. But we do need more new characters, I think. To Sidon Athreus, of course you do, Lady Survival. But your emotional connection to Sidon Athreus involves you being spanked. Let's be honest. It's not the healthiest of emotional connections. What are your thoughts on the Yugoslavian war in the early 90s? And do you think the Bosnians deserved it? Chatfield, what the I don't fucking know. What war? I don't know. How the fuck would I? Why do you think I would know shit about that? I don't have a fucking clue what we're talking about here. I'll save you some time. I spend very little of my time in the real world. I couldn't give two fucks about the real world. The real world sucks. You should wear glasses. Main Swamp, how you doing? What does the glasses have to do with anything? I can ruin that for you real quick. Denathrius is Denuzer's replacement self-insert since Nathanos got written out. Denuzer's got upgrades. I don't think so. And I don't think Lady Survival is going to pay any attention to that. I already think there's a couple of girls who think naughty things about Syed and Athreus every night. Look, I genuinely don't spend a lot of time in the real world. I couldn't give two fucks. The real world sucks. Everyone lies. Politicians are the worst. They can all go fuck themselves. So why would I spend time in the real world? What's there to gain? Simply to open up a book and go, oh, it's still fucked. All right. I'll go back and play some video games. At least when I play Death Stranding, I know that the world is fucked, right? So I don't really have to give a shit about anything else. Bring on the metaverse? No, not the metaverse. Because that guy can go fuck himself as well. I do not trust Mark Zuckerberg one bit, bro. Like, not one bit. That guy is a lizard. If there is such a thing as lizard people, he's the leader of the lizards. What I enjoy about Mythic Plus is doing as many as I want a day, which usually after about 3, that's enough for me. What I don't like is that I am forced to do 10 Mythic Pluses every week per character to get the base vault options available. And I do that on 2 or 3 characters. That's 20 to 30 keys a week. But King Julian, this is again why I spoke about the vault and how the vault needs to change, right? Because I think the vault is creating just a shit ton of problems for people. And if you take my advice for what we would call the vault, I think the vault ultimately ends up being a factor that frees the player rather than a factor. Can we get it banned? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. It ends up being a thing that frees the player rather than restricts the player, right? And that's what I want to see. I want to see more freedom for the player, not less. Berserker Guts, how you doing, brother? The vault for 4 key rewards tonight, but 10 is too much. Just give me reroll tokens instead. But so for those of you that wasn't here during my discussion on 9.2 things, here's what I want the vault to be, right? I don't think Idle Fool, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Pepperoni, how you doing? You're talking about what? We're talking about World of Warcraft 9.2, Pepperoni. So here's my wish for the vault. Here's what I would do with the vault. And I specifically want to repeat this because I want to get your thoughts on this, chat. Because during the discussion, I obviously couldn't pay much attention to chat. So I would like to know what you guys think of this. But for the vault specifically, the weekly lockout should be removed, right? It should not reset every single week. Instead, the vault system that I would implement into the game is one that your items the vault sort of becomes a wish list of items that you want, right? So after you've done a Mythic Plus, there are Mythic Plus pieces from that dungeon added to the vault. You can then go check your vault and see which of these pieces is available. Now, let's say you do another 5 or 6 Mythic Plus. You go back to the vault, now you see, okay, God, I have quite a few items here that is available for me. I don't like any of the items that is available for me right now, so I'll just leave the vault for now. I'm not going to take any of these items. So then you continue. You do a couple of more Mythic Plus, maybe. You do a couple of raids. So you keep playing. The vault isn't going away. Your items is stored there. Nothing resets. Yeah? You keep playing. Then, once you finally spot an item in your vault that you go, oh my God, this is a great item. This is the fucking item I want. I'm happy with this. Yeah? You remove the item and the vault goes on cooldown for 7 days. So for the next 7 days, nothing you do in the game is going to add to the vault. Nothing you do in the game will open the vault. The vault is closed now for 7 days whilst you do whatever, right? That way, you get all the freedom of being able to play the game whichever way you want. You don't lose or miss out on anything. Whenever you, for example, have a week that you can't play as much, you're not losing out because the vault isn't actually disappearing. The vault is still there. What do you guys think of that? Digit, how you doing, brother? See, guys, for me, we are talking about Warcraft, not real world war. Keep that shit to DMs. Yeah, if you guys want to talk about like real world war, just DM each other. Not massive on the 7-day cooldown. Would probably prefer locked until next reset. Remember, the big surprise, the reason it goes on a 7-day cooldown is you get to decide when you want to remove something, right? There's no force here, but it goes on a 7-day reset to sort of, the reason I chose 7 days is so that the player also gets a 7-day reprieve, right? So after you've chosen something from your vault, for the next 7 days, you don't have to do anything, right? Because the vault's not doing anything. None of the things that you do will stay in the vault. None of the things that you do will be added to the vault. The vault is basically dead now for the next 7 days, while you can play the game whichever way you want, if you even want to play the game, right? Then when the vault opens up again, that's when you start adding things to the vault again, right? Until such time that the things get added that you care about and something you want. So sometimes you might get lucky and things get added very quickly. Other times you get unlucky and you don't get the thing that you want until much later, right? I want to see here. One thing. Only thing I would change about that idea is putting all possible drops from a dungeon you run in the vault, then creating some kind of system where you work to earn that reward, like spend valor points or something to remove items. So, look, here's what... This idea that I just pitched to you is an idea where the vault stays in 9.2 because I don't think Blizzard would remove it. In a perfect world, if we were talking perfect world, my perfect world, if I was Ian and I was designing World of Warcraft, there would be no vault. There would also, and this might piss a lot of you off, there would be no gear dropping from raids. Raids would have 0 gear dropping in it. Instead, it would be a currency. I don't mind the fact that gear drops from dungeons because that's been sort of staple and fine, right? But I would have a currency that drops. And with the currency, you buy exactly the item that you want. So that way, you never waste your time doing things that you don't want to do, right? You never feel like you're wasting your time. And yes, I do mean like Final Fantasy XIV. And the reason is when you go into World of Warcraft and you go into a raid, imagine you do an entire raid and there's not a single boss that drops an item for you that you need. You just wasted your entire fucking evening doing a run for nothing. There's no reason for you to have done that. If you got a currency instead from every single boss and you got to choose where you want to spend your where you want to spend your currency and what item you want to buy next, it would never be a waste. You'd most likely see far more people doing raids because even if you're just doing 1 or 2 bosses, you're getting currency, right? You're getting something. So it means you can always work towards something. And how do you make sure that happens in the future as well, so you don't fuck people up in the future? Well, you just make sure that there's two types of currencies, like Final Fantasy. There's a currency for current gear and there's a currency for old gear. Everything you do in the game gives you a currency for old gear and a currency for new gear, right? So you basically, once you're max level, you get that currency for old and new gear. So you can go buy old gear with the old currency and new gear with the new currency. But that gives people things to work towards. It gives them reasons to do certain things in the game without feeling like they're wasting their time, right? But in this perfect world, if we were talking about this, I would also simplify the gearing process, right? I think gear in World of Warcraft have, in equal measure, become more complex and less fun. Maybe there's people that disagree with me on this, but gearing to me now feels incredibly unfun. I don't look at gear whenever you get a piece of gear and really get excited by the gear, right? So what I would rather want is sort of standardized gear, so almost make gearing even more boring, but then add the fun stuff where player agency comes in, right? So James, add James sockets to every single piece of gear in the game and allow people to choose James based on how they want to play their game, right? So you give players that agency so they build their character the way that they want to build their character, right? Naharu, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's kind of wrong, actually, Akko. Rating in Final Fantasy gives its own specific currency for the raid tier. There is max item level gear, but doesn't give best stats for the casuals, while the raid tier gear gives best stats for your class. Boosted upload, I understand, but we're not talking about a 1v1 of Final Fantasy, and I'm also not going into, like, drilling into the, like, nitty-gritty of what I want, right? I'm more talking here in terms of broad strokes, that are things that I want to do. If you want, we could really drill down into every single part of it, because that's where things, I think, get even more interesting. Should make JC profitable again? It should, but there's actually more that you could do with James, right? That isn't just more intellect, more strength, more haste, more crit, more mastery, right? Nothing stops you from allowing jewel crafters to make James that maybe, as a warlock, increases the damage on your chaos bolt. Right? So now you have a choice. Do I spend intellect points? Do I take haste? Do I take crit? Or do I go for the increased damage on my chaos bolt? Right? So make James the thing that's interesting. Smoothies, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So basically, domination shards, only it's made by jewel crafters. Right? Made by jewel crafters, and it's actually a system that will always be there. So it's not a system that's only going to exist for a single patch, single expansion. It's a system that exists forever. It's always going to be there. So it's just always going to build on itself. I would add tier sets back into the game, but the way Blizzard, so the personal, my personal thing that I would want to see is tier sets being brought back in all of its glory. So I'm talking 2-piece and 4-set bonuses for dungeons, 2-set and 4-set bonuses for raiding, even rings and rings and trinkets having set bonuses if you have the right ones. That would be the perfect world, right? So a player can truly kit themselves out the way that they want to play their class. And I realize cookie cutter is there, right? And people are still going to do the cookie cutter thing. Doesn't matter though, right? It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, what's important is more choice. It's important for people to feel like they have some control over how they play their game, right? Boromir, how you doing, bro? I like the idea, just maybe would have to see it in action, feel it in order to be comfortable with the cooldown. Just thinking that there's points where the Great Vault is the only way to get reliable upgrades. 7-day lockout could end up discouraging you from doing the content for those 7 days unless you can contribute items. So big surprise, like I said here, that item or that system to me, the Great Vault, would be my second option. my main option would be the removal of gear altogether, with currency allowing you to buy the exact piece that you want, right? And I would actually, I think in a perfect world, as we're talking about this, I'm changing my mind. I would do this for dungeons too. I would have a PvP vendor, right? A dungeon vendor and a raiding vendor. You buy your raid gear, you buy your PvP gear, you buy your dungeon gear. You do those for a currency, and the currency then can be spent on whatever the hell you want. You can buy anything you want with that currency. You can decide how you wish to play your game without, like, just stupidly having to run shit that isn't fun because you're hoping for that one fucking drop that just will not drop for you. There is actually, by the way, another reason why I believe this will solve quite a lot of problems for a lot of people, by the way. There's currently a number of things that keep people from actually spending time in raids. One of them is the RNG scenario, right? I mean, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, and I don't think it would be easy to get those numbers, right? But I imagine, and I know for myself, this is exactly why I don't raid. This is why I imagine that there's other people that wouldn't do it either. I got to a point in my YouTube career where I started to look at raiding, and I felt like raiding was a waste of my time. Because I would have to spend so many hours raiding that I could be spending making videos, I could be spending making content, I could be spending doing better things, right? So I sadly had to say, well, raiding is no longer worth it for me, because I'm not guaranteed of getting anything out of my time, right? I could be spending an entire evening running a raid and getting nothing to show for it. If you gave people a currency, right, that they could choose to spend wherever, right? And of course, you're still tied to being able to do the bosses, so you can't buy gear from a boss that you haven't killed yet. So until you've killed Sylvanas, you can't get the gear that Sylvanas has, right? Because you haven't killed her yet. That gear has not been added yet to the vendor. But once you've killed her, her gear now goes on to the vendor, and you can buy it straight from that vendor. Then it would open the door actually for Blizzard to maybe add some cool shit to raids. So don't remove the gear, because it's nice to kill a boss and see something drop. But what if those things that drop was actually transmogs? Wasn't gear, it was transmogs. It was the ability to change your appearance. So you still get stuff that drop in the raid. So there's still a reason to look at what is being dropped, right? But it doesn't add to power. Your power stuff, that's taken care of with a currency. Why are you going to jump off your porch, Seven Raven? They should even give a currency for legacy content, so you can go to a vendor and choose the transmog piece you're after. Lady Survival, I agree with that. But that's why I said you need two currencies. One for the old content and one for the new content, right? So you keep the grind up. Alkin, how you doing, bro? Michael, by the way, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. For a second, I read port. Going off. Hope to find out what the problem is with my Windows. Oh, Serena, I'm sorry to hear that. 30 days, you're now fuck. It seems fine on my side. But Saban, I don't understand what you mean. This video in 1.5 hours? Yes. Yes. 1.5 hours. Okay, Echo, but keep or remove the WoW token. Well, I've always said that the WoW token needs to be removed, or at the very least, the WoW token needs to be reworked in some way, shape, or form. But no, I've always been. Which one is it, Alex? I don't see it. Did you put edit on it, or did you not put edit on it? Renamed it to what? Oh, you did do edit. 9% wishlist. Okay, I got it. Downloading it now. Thank you very much, Alex, by the way. I've heard a lot is about each category of endgame has its own tier sets, only usable in that content. What do you think about that idea? So when it comes to tier sets, I'm actually a huge when it comes to gearing, I'm actually a massive fan of it not being like, I don't like when gear crosses over. So I don't think people should be forced to do dungeons in order to get gear for raids or the other way around. I think it should help, right? So when you're first going into Mythic Plus, maybe a plus 15 Mythic dungeon could help you get ready to do Mythic raiding. But the gear from a Mythic Plus 15 should not be better than the gear from Mythic, right? And vice versa. Mythic raiders or Mythic Plus players shouldn't be forced to do Mythic raids. And PvPers should never be forced to do anything outside of PvP. So I'm actually a huge fan of having gear. Say, for example, you have gear that drops from you have gear that drops, for example, from dungeons, right? And they give certain things, right? So let's say, for example, they give tier set bonuses, but those tier set bonuses are only active in a dungeon. So if you're not doing a dungeon, you don't get the tier set. For some reason, this fucking video will not start downloading. What the hell is going on?
We have not slaves to this torment.
What I really like about your vault idea is that I can do what I want, get the pets I want, have a week of and could co-op mounts and transmog. That's another thing I like to do, and also I want professions to useful again and not be worthless.
I agree with you. Thank you very much for the 420, dude. Really appreciate that. 100% agree with you, by the way. The gear sounds better than WoW gear. It's got its ups and downs, right? Final Fantasy gearing is actually incredibly bland and boring. Their gear itself isn't mind-blowing, but there's elements of the gear that makes it a lot of fun to gear still, right? It's very difficult to explain because I'm not actually at max level. Everything I'm talking about here when it comes to Final Fantasy is what I've heard from other people, right? And of course, the experiences that I've had in ARR so far. But I don't always know exactly what the others... And yes, don't even talk to me about crafting. I spent the other night on Discord. I was literally hanging out in Discord with like a bunch of people. And I spent almost, I think, 4 hours just doing fucking weaving. Having the time of my life fucking weaving is insane. Just how fun. Because you have an actual rotation. People, it's insane. There is an actual rotation for crafting in Final Fantasy. Like, there's a rotation that you have to follow in order to increase the quality and then to increase the durability. It's insane. The crafting is crazy. To try ocean fishing, you're going to love it. I've not fished yet. Are you then Echo in Final Fantasy? And what is the cap? I'm level 50, and the cap is level 80, I think, right now. I think it's 80. Is it 80? I think it's 80. Yeah. Is it going up in Endwalker or no? I'm assuming it would go up, right? Final Fantasy Cosmetics. Gearing is okay. The downside of Knocked Against is... It's just going a bit faster. I've Knocked Against is that I'm stuck, unable to collect any more cosmetics because I've run out of armory, chest, and glamour. Basically, inventory space. What WoW does well to solve it is all of the cosmetics get registered permanently and doesn't conflict with... So inventory is... I think inventory management, and I can say this purely as a crafter of 4 hours, but I will tell you that inventory space in Final Fantasy is a bitch. Gashi, but I don't have the macro. So I'm pressing many buttons. I've heard there's people who actually buy bag slots in Final Fantasy XIV just so they can gear. I've heard it's pretty fucking nuts how hard it actually is to get gear. or how to get crafting. Like your bags apparently fill up super quick. You can buy more retainers for storage space. Yeah. I kind of like that, but at the same time, it feels sort of like a problem that was designed so that they could sell the solution. Right? I don't like that. And as much as I have a lot of respect for Yoshi P and his team, that to me is bullshit. I hate when companies design the problem so that they can sell the solution. Don't do that. Just fix the fucking problem, right? Instead of trying to, basically do the sort of roundabout thing of, oh, yeah, by the way, we can fix this for you. Buy some shit, yeah? Find ways to fix it. Now, I don't know what those ways would be to fix it, right? I don't know what the way would be. I have to leave in like 30 minutes to clean houses with Derek's mom, so I won't be here for the 9-2 stuff. This is how I contribute to rent. Sad face. Lady Survival. Fucking sad face. I do think... Wait, didn't Yoshi P say that they're trying to... Like, I know they're getting rid of high-quality materials, but I think he said they're looking into other things as well, right? Oh my god, yes, Lady Survival wanted to react to it as well. Oh, that's a pain. Lady Survival, you could always react on your phone. If you really wanted to. You could always do a phone reaction, right? Pay Derek and stay. Outside of Star Wars, how come it seems like there's no successful science fiction MMOs? They all are Final Fantasy based, it seems. Your effect, I don't actually know. But based on success, so even if we look at movies, right? Fantasy seems to attract far more people, right? I think that might be it, right? Fantasy seems to attract more people, and that might be why fantasy games tend to do better. Because even in movies, I think fantasy movies do better than sci-fi movies as well, right? Gianakos, thank you for the follow, really appreciate that. Or is it Gianakos? So that might actually be the reason, but it could also just be, look, at the end of the day, Apocalypse, you can go fuck yourself. That comment will not stand. Star Wars is incredible. First 6 movies, best movies ever. There's only 6 Star Wars movies, by the way. They don't give a fuck about the others. But it could also just be because there's not really been enough investment, right? If you think, like, just to be clear, MMOs are incredibly expensive to make, right? They're stupidly expensive to make. So for a company to actually all in on MMO, it takes a lot because you are effectively gambling with your budgets. You're gambling with your company in a way. So that might also just be it. There's not enough companies that's really interested in making MMOs. And so there's just not been any real sci-fi MMOs made, So it could just be a numbers game. Most companies feel safer to jump into the sort of fantasy world because it just makes a little bit more sense for them. Personally, I think an MMO based on Warhammer 40k would be absolutely disgusting. I would play an MMO based on Warhammer 40k because I have it on good authority from all Warhammer fans that 40k is the best. Fantasy sucks cock. Right? I do know that. Yes. I do know that. And it's funny that the people behind Warhammer decided to go with a different company because I love how people in chat is going, "Wait, fuck you, bro." But no, they decided to go with a company that was willing to pay them because they have their game to buy the Warhammer IP is like stupidly expensive. Or renting the because you basically lease the Warhammer IP It's like stupidly expensive, like just crazy expensive. And Blizzard at that time wasn't willing to pay it. But can you imagine how good the game would have been if Blizzard was prepared to pay that? Oh, hello, chat. I'm good. Good to see you again. Fuck you, bro. First thing I hear when I joined. Good timing. Dead Rick. How you doing, brother? Mike Tyson expensive? Like, very expensive. What was their price back then? I think it was $12 million. Back then already. They wanted $12 million, I think, for a year or something like that. 7 million. There we go. Back then, so we're talking before World of Warcraft even launched, right? They wanted 7 million for 1 year. And that's all they would give you, 1 year. After that, you'd have to pay another 7 million. So of course, Blizzard wasn't going to go, that's a massive gamble. You're basically saying, right, we'll pay you 7 million, hopefully we'll make some money. So Blizzard just said, well, screw it, we'll make our own game then, right? Right. Sorry. In terms of Aka's face at the moment? Yeah, I'm typing, bro. I'm typing, and on the new keyboard, it's not like... I don't know. It takes time to get used to it. So let's go patch 9.2. WoW patch 9.2. Shadowlands 9.2. Right, and then World of Warcraft. Bam. And then they made StarCraft, which is basically 40k copy-paste. Is it though? Because I would say the Warhammer world is much bigger than the StarCraft world. Egos of the devs? Yeah, I've never played Warhammer 40k, but I do think if you could get a proper gaming company to actually start working on Warhammer 40k, and you could get it's not Warhammer 40k, it's that whatever you were playing back in the day, Apocalypse, whatever that game is, that looked like fantasy, didn't look like 40k. But if you could get a proper company to work with the Warhammer 40k IP, right, and actually make a good game, oh my. Because Warhammer has everything. The amount of lore and story in Warhammer is sick. It's absolutely sick. Return of Reckoning. I mean, you always think that games don't die, right? We look at World of Warcraft and we think to ourselves, it'll never go down. But if you think about it, there's been quite a number of games, right, over the course of history that at one point or another didn't look as if it could die, right? And eventually those games got completely fucking destroyed by something else, something better, sometimes just something different. Dark Age of Camelot, for example. Where's that today? Lineage 2. Where's that today? No longer really being played, no longer even alive. And at one point or another, EverQuest. At one point or another, those games looked unbeatable. Those games were the standard for MMOs. So, it doesn't take that much, right? Where's your 9.2 view bingo chart? Kind of fun to do. I don't even know how to do a bingo chart. Like, how would we make a bingo chart? Because we could absolutely make one if you guys wanted to play bingo. Wisdom Jamestones, missed him so much. Warhammer, you want elves? We got 3 flavors. You want demons? We got 4 flavors. You want dwarfs? We got them. You want human empire? Check. You want magic? Holy fuck, we got magic. You want gods? Oh boy, we have god. See, even up to this day, there is not a single MMORPG that offered a better PvP and massive PvP. Golgoth, I have heard that, right? Is it weird to play if you know what's coming? Apocalypse, you already know what's fucking coming? Well, that's a bit saddening. Well, screw you, dude. Is it good, though, Apocalypse? What you've heard, is it actually good? Talk about it on podcast, but then you ram shit? Yep. It sucks. Bingo card generator. I don't need, like, what the fuck? I need the proper ones. Just the RAM has been a big issue, and it's still fucking there. When does it stop? Video thing? Shadow Grove within an hour and 15 minutes. And for some reason, my video is taking stupidly fucking long to process. I have the video up. It's been uploaded. It just will not process. Quickly going to the bathroom. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, back. This video? Oh my god, wait. Seriously, Asmongold actually made a video on that? Oh, for fuck's sake. In this video, why are you taking so long to process, you piece of shit? This is always how it works, isn't it? Like, you have a video that needs to be up, like, 10 minutes ago, and then YouTube goes, excuse us, but we don't think we're going to give you this video. I'm going to try something. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to upload it again and see if this time because that does happen sometimes. It does do that from time to time. Where it just, one of the videos will take forever to process and the other video will just straight up do it. So hopefully this one oh my god, no. You're saying, nah, it'll be fine, we'll get it later. It pisses me off when it does this because I need I need this video up. I need this video up yesterday. And now it won't fucking go up. So we're uploading it again. And we'll see if this actually makes a difference. We'll see which one is done first. That way it shouldn't be too hard. And then after this, we're going to make a bingo card on paint. I will use my incredible paint skills to do a bingo card. You guys need to get your bingo suggestions ready so long. What do you think is going to happen with this? I would say my skills are not on par with Asmongold's. I've only ever used paint once before. Now, we have to do a bingo card. You never know. Ian is going to speak about much things. Many, many things is going to be spoken about today. And I don't know if all of it's going to be good. I don't know how much of it's actually going to be good. Or how much of it's going to be dog shite. All right, let's see. While we're waiting, let me get paint open. Figuring out how to do blocks and things. Need to make a number of blocks, I think. By the way, what just happened? Oh my god, the Seeker! The Seeker, you bastard! Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, my paint skills are not good. I don't think so. How do you copy paste something and just fucking paste like a bunch of it on paint? Can you do that? Probably not, right? Yeah, but how do I pull it then? Wait, maybe... where's the select tool? Oh, this is a bullshit game. But wait, I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Hold up. Now we go control. Paste. Nope. Alex, you lied to me. You bastard. You lied to me. Milul, how you doing? Okay, so how do I copy paste this block, right, next to it? I've been had. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, but how do I mark it? You don't seem to understand. I've not used this ever. Yeah, select which tool. Color picker. Which fucking tool? The square one. But I have the fucking square one selected. Chat. On the left? No, you have the square shape. Ah, okay, so this one. Okay. Maybe a bit big. Maybe we make it less big, right? Wait, can I choose a different way? Just freeform selection would be weird. Let's do it this way. Okay, select this. I want this. Now copy and paste. Chat. That doesn't. No, that's not fucking right. No. Okay. Choose it fucking perfectly. Perfectly. There we go. Right on the money. Right on the bitch. Don't. All right. Paste. Yes, that works. Doesn't really work, but hey. Kind of works. Yeah, how many blocks do you want? How many blocks do we need? Chat. Come on. This thing is also stuck in processing. Check still running. Fine. Checks are taking longer. Yeah, of course checks are taking longer. Everything is fucking taking longer for some stupid, silly reason. How many blocks are allowed on Twitter? I don't know. Is there a limit to how many blocks you can have on Twitter? What? I don't know that was a thing. Since when is that a thing? Yeah, we're waiting for the announcement, people. You can all calm the fuck down. We are legitimately waiting for the announcement. We don't have anything else to do whilst we wait for the announcement. Believe me, if there was something else we could do, we would be doing it. But all we're gonna do now is make a bingo card. Even though I don't necessarily know if I'm even doing it correctly. But, you know, life be life and shit. Play something? Let you watch your video? I mean, why would I watch the video that I made? That seems like a lot of work for no reason. How can the checks on this still be fucking running? Like, I told you there's no reason to worry. I think I used this one. Baby. Gold. Green. Modern. Grid size. We can go 4x4? Chat, are we going to go 4x4 or 5x5? Five by five. We're gonna struggle to make your title. Okay, let's see. Enter a title. But will I be able to fill it in? I don't think so. Wait, what's Notepad? Oh, right. Just like that. Anticipated, thank you for the deal and sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go through this. We'll try it. 9.2 announcement bingo. All right, into the words. Into the fucking words. All right, chat. First one. What's the first thing we're gonna see? Authors. All right, we'll say authors. Next one. Apology. Oh, Jesus. We're starting up fucking strong. All right. Apology. Tier sets. New system isn't enough. Inclusion and diversity. That's gonna stir up shit. Let's not hold up. Chat. Hold up. Before we go any further, let's go PR faces. So in other words, what I mean by PR faces is they're going to be sitting there reading off a text, clearly just these were things that was completely PR approved. We'll call it PR approved, right? PR approved. Then we're gonna get Sylvanas Redemption is a good one. True. Sylvanas Redemption. Okay. We already have authors in there. We have authors, we have apology, we have tier sets, we have PR approved, we have Sylvanas Redemption, we have we will do better, right? We will do better. This is to you, Sophia. They're gonna promise to do better. Mike Ybarra, I don't know how to spell his name. You think we'll meet Mike Ybarra? We will do better equals apology. No, apology is them just sort of going, you know, they're going to start off with saying we want to... oh, actually, wait, I should say apology, for me at least. Apology is them actually taking responsibility. So let's say apology, taking responsibility, right? We will do better. So what's next? New raid, right? Reasons for what her face, stepping on CSR. New hair colors. Okay, we'll go new hair colors. More renown. All right, let's go more renown. I'm with you. More renown. We care for your feedback. Oh my god, yes. More. Your feedback matters. Your feedback matters. All right. Fractals, okay. Fractals, we've got that. Heritage armor. All right, we'll put heritage armor. Heritage armor. Zeroth Mortis, that's an easy one, but okay. Pretty sure it's going to be in there. Zeroth Mortis. Someone say Titans. So we'll do that. First ones. Okay. New store mount. Okay. Store mount. No 9.3. New zone. Back to Northrend. Okay, let's go new zone. Did we do new zone already? I don't think so. No, we haven't. New system, exactly like tier sets. Oh, no, we can't do that. We've already have tier sets here. More content. All right, more content is in there. Cinematic. Cinematic is in there. Charity pet. Charity pet is in there. They won't do 9.3 with the 9.2, guys. Calm the fuck down. New book. Okay? I don't think they will, but hey, we'll add it. 6-month sub. 6-month sub. Right? Got that. Torghast rework. Torghast rework. Okay. New expansion announced. Furnace. Casual content. But what kind of casual content, Winter Night? We can't just put casual content, because anything could be casual content, right? Mage Tower, we already have a 915, so I don't think adding that. Paid battle stuff. Paid battle stuff. Korthia content. Alright, rank paid battles, an eyeball of Yogg or some other old god that should be dead. Old content matters, no more time walking. They could clarify if there will be a 9.3 at the end. We're full, by the way. We filled out 5x5. So we are full, technically speaking. And I like what we have here. I don't think you can. 5x5 is sort of the biggest. Yeah, 5x5 is the biggest. Or maybe if you go automatic. I think if you go automatic, you can go bigger. Cross-faction raiding. No, you can't go bigger. But we can remove something here, because I like the cross-faction raiding. I'm going to remove... I'm going to remove fractals and say cross-faction raiding. I like that. I like that. All right. We'll do it 5x5. New zone. We know that's going to happen. You can remove that. No, but we still have to put that in, right? Because it might be that Northrend is the new zone. That's not a new zone. That's an old zone, right? That's an old zone. So let's go next step. Just give me the fucking cards. Let's go. Play virtual bingo free. Oof. Okay. Here we go. We've got the virtual. We've got the bingo. I only have 30 cards, sadly. So I only have 30 cards. So we'll basically we'll play as one, right, chat? We'll all play as one. You should see it now. Yeah. I'll print screen this. Just. I need Imgur, not Imgur. The fuck is that green shot? There we go. Put more rework, more clothes on Alexstrasza, Ysera and Co. Fallon, how you doing? We'll see now. I can't believe I'm going to miss all this fun. Lady Survival, can you not just organize that you don't have to do this now? Like, just tell your mother-in-law you'll help twice tomorrow. Or some shit like that. Gonna quickly go shopping. Have to make food before the release. Have fun, Alex. Have fun. All right, we should have Green Shot installed now. Do we not? We should have it. Where's Green Shot now? Why is my Green Shot not showing up? What the fuck? Here we go. Okay, start Green Shot. Finish. Please start. Right click here. Okay, here we go. Which quickly want to see capture region. Print screen, that's perfectly fine. Right. Okay, now we should be able to capture this. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, where did it save it? Oh, never mind. Save as. OBS, screenshots. KS Beer, thank you very much for the fucking follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. Okay, we have that. Now let's post this on Twitter for people who maybe want to partake. Why am I not logged into Twitter? I can't remember. How did I log into Twitter? Is this correct? I can't remember. I don't think that's right. I genuinely can't fucking remember my login details for Twitter. Shows you how often I actually log into Twitter. Anonymous browsing? I don't think I have anonymous browsing. Yeah, this is not right. Twitter, I genuinely don't give a fuck. Yeah, okay, fine, Twitter. Leave me alone. This is not right. This is not right. Log me out. Immediately log me the fuck out of this. How do I log out now? Oh, I should use Twitter more on desktop because this is not... How the fuck do you log out of Twitter? Here we go. Log out. Jerizer, how you doing, bro? Right, just give me a moment here, guys. I'm sorting the shit. I'm trying to sort this shit at least. Okay, here we go. Fuck me. That took a goddamn while. Alright, we're logged in now. I want to share this on Twitter, so, you know, anyone who wants to play the bingo can play the bingo. The fun rollout on Twitter when the vid drops. How many of you are not really that optimistic about this? Like, how many of you think this is actually not going to go well? How many of you have sort of in your mind, you think 9.2 is just going to be not good? I don't think at all, but I hope I'm wrong. Oh my god, people are so fucking... Oh my god, okay. Oh shit. Number 2 will be good. They're in panic mode. But wouldn't panic mode make it better? You don't think? $9.2 bingo with us. Join the stream. Join the stream now. Now! I'm saying to you all. And join the stream now. What the fuck? All right, that should be good. Let's add the picture. Add the picture. Sort by date. All right, February to push. I bet Blizzard paid YouTube to do this because they got sick of any new video they released immediately getting dislike bombed. I absolutely fundamentally disagree with Blizzard's decision. YouTube's decision to remove the like-dislike ratio. I think it's absolutely stupid, to be quite honest with you. I think it's silly. I don't think it's going to solve any problems at all. And it's most definitely, it's not actually meant to help smaller creators. That is just bullshit. That is 100% bullshit. Because smaller creators, I can tell you, even at my size, do you know how hard it is to get dislike bombed on YouTube if you don't have millions of people that is watching your videos? Because most people won't. Like, most people don't dislike bomb just for the fucking sake of dislike bombing, right? Criticism helped me improve on my art. Without it, many creators will struggle to find the sweet spot where it will give them revenue. Naru, exactly. Now, to be fair, what you need to know, right, is if you dislike my videos, I can still see them, right? I can still see the dislikes. It's now just that the public cannot see the dislikes. And for me, I'm not on board with that because I do think it should be open. It should be open to everyone. Everyone should be able to see whether or not a video is liked or disliked based on the content of the video. Now, sometimes, yes, it does happen that people dislike bomb a video and, you know, you can't do anything about that. But it's rare. Let's be honest. The vast majority of videos from YouTube, or from, let's for example, say Blizzard, that got dislike bombed, deserve to be dislike bombed. Has there ever been a video from Blizzard Entertainment that got massively disliked that didn't deserve the dislikes? Actually, probably. Savia, thank you for the deal on sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Netrix, I mean, that's going to help if people decide to do that. Because guess what? Comments go a long way to the YouTube algorithm. Almost everyone? Wow, almost, what? You think, wait, what? You think every single one of Blizzard's videos that got dislike bombed didn't deserve to be dislike bombed? Was bombed and ended up being a great expansion. I mean, to be fair though, again, we're talking in isolation, right? Yes, Mists of Pandaria turned out to be very good, but the reason people dislike bombed the cinematic wasn't necessarily a bad reason. People weren't on board with pandas. Very few people were on board with pandas, right? And so at the time, that massive dislike sort of made sense, right? It sort of made sense. And again, it's something that you can learn from. You should use that as a learning curve. You should use that to learn. Official for China market? Many people believe that, actually. We gotta go now. Bye, fam. Have fun with the 9.2 stuff. Lady Survival, you will be missed. You will be missed. I promise. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love in chat? Just some hearts. Lady Survival will not be here for the 9.2 announcement stuff. She will be cleaning. That is some sad fucking times ahead, bro. That is some sad times. Nothing but love, Lady Survival. Thank you very much for hanging out. Oh, I would literally just try to get out of it with everything in my power. I'd rather go homeless than miss this. Dr. Joe, you don't know that. You don't fucking know that. You're guessing. Maybe the 9.2 thing is great, right? Maybe we get incredible announcements with the 9.2 thing. You don't know. You don't know. I'm just going to publish it. Fuck it. The HD version isn't processing. People are going to have to watch it very low quality for a bit. It is what it is. What do I expect from this announcement? My video is live right now. Different. I literally just made the video live. What would blow you away, Akalon? Watch the wishlist. It's a long story, but the video is up. I literally just uploaded it. But anticipate it. It boils down to philosophy. Not so much content, but philosophy. I've said this years and years and years ago, and I still stand by it. The problem in World of Warcraft isn't content. It's the philosophy that designs the content. It's the philosophy that decides how that content interacts with other pieces of content. That's the problem in World of Warcraft. That's where things go wrong in World of Warcraft. That's the biggest problem. It's not the content itself. By the way, do we know if it's in an hour? Because I just realized it's 8 o'clock. It's in 45 minutes. It's going to be 8 o'clock for me. But I don't think it's going to be 8 o'clock for Europe. You guys in fucking Europe you're an hour behind me, I think. Or an hour ahead of me. No, you're an hour behind me. So if it's 8 for you, then it's going to be 9 for me. It's going to be 7 for you guys. Okay. EU 7. Okay, so then it is 8 o'clock my time. But they did say 8 o'clock CET. As far as I remember, it was 8 o'clock CET, Central European time. Lost Your Coast, how you doing, bro? No, not yet. We're all waiting. Is there a place that I can see where this is going live, or is the YouTube channel already up, or what the fuck is going on? We'll wait and see. Yeah, I'll probably check Wowhead. We have our bingo card open. We be ready. We be fucking ready. Let's see. Wowhead. South Africa, same timeline. Britola, yes, but you guys have daylight savings time, which we don't have, right? We don't have daylight savings time. So for us, the time is the time. Even though they might not have paid YouTube, Blizzard isn't... Blizzard... It doesn't strike me a coincidence that this happens the day 9.2 is going to be announced. So that way, if it does poorly, it can't be dislike bombed. Knowing Blizz, it doesn't surprise me. Look, I'm definitely... It does not... So I wouldn't say that's so far-fetched that it falls into the realms of, say, for example, conspiracy theory. Winter Nightly. Thank you so much, T1 sub. Really appreciate that. Love and chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have you here. I wouldn't say that that is in the realms of conspiracy theory. We know that all of these companies communicate with each other. They're probably friends with each other. Lambden, thank you for the prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Certified 4-month. Oh my God. Love you, bro. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate all the support, ladies and gentlemen. So I would say it's possible, but I don't think it was a payment thing. And I also don't think it was Blizzard. I think it had far more to do with sort of news sites and you know, the media that got tired of their videos getting dislike bombed, right? They don't want to be challenged on things like that. But the truth is, Facebook did this years ago, didn't they? Where Facebook basically made it impossible to see whether people dislike stuff. I mean, if it is a coincidence, you can bet your ass Blizzard is very happy that this change has gone through, right? Never subbed to someone on Twitch before, but I just love the content. Okay, fuck it. Arnold, thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Skamar strain, ladies and gentlemen. Breathe it in, drink it in. But can we get some absolute love for Arnold, first of all, for 2 community subs? Absolutely appreciate it. But more importantly, we've taken someone's virginity. Winter Nightly just gave in. They are redistributing the wealth, which is always a good thing.
Woo hype train incoming.
Anticipated, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you to all of you for the support. It is absolutely fantastic. Especially on a day like today. 9.2 fucking coming. I'm gonna be honest, guys, like with almost always, as we're getting closer to this, the copium is being drunk, right? It's being inhaled at frightening levels. Because I want this to be good, right? I genuinely want this to be good. So, yeah, there is a part of me that's going, let's just give in to the copium and let's just fucking go, bro. Yeah, there is a lot of opium. A lot of fucking opium.
It's hopium, not copium.
True. I do see a lot of you have actually watched the World League of Legends Worlds.
Auden returns to Ul'dah. Yogg isn't as dead as we thought, but hiding out in the nightmare. Darth Wang is coming back. Thrall gets into some trouble. Needs to be saved by the X-Mens for the girl power tribute moment. Or not. Maybe it's a full apology for everything and a return to pre-Fruit Bowl days. Or even better, we get Ryan Johnson on the story team CAC.
Visit! Thank you for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Subscribing to the channel means you can be as degenerate as you fucking want. I want 9.2 to be good, but I'm not going to be FOMO driven into renewing my sub. Oh yeah. I mean, look, I want it to be good for... I want it to be good for the overall health of the MMO industry. Because I genuinely, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't want a world in which Final Fantasy is now the top MMO and there's nothing that challenges it, right? Dilipos, thank you for the deal and sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Oh, for the gifted sub, actually. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Big love to the degeneration.
What's that song again? It's Limp Bizkit, right? Welcome to the degeneration. But anyways, okay, so what I was saying. I don't want, I want more games to be at the top and fighting for control. Because I think that's what's good, right? I think that's what's good. We have about 40 minutes, King Julian, before it starts. Shamanita, how you doing? Jory Carver, how you doing? Is the new 6 month mount on your bingo card? Yes, it is, Jory Carver. It is indeed. I want more games to be at the top fighting for the players' attention, because that means that they're pushing each other up the ropes, and it means that we, the consumer, win, right? Competition is always good. So I need this to be good so that we can get World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy fighting it out for control of the player base, because then we all get better games all the time. So that's one of the reasons I want 9.2 to be good. The other is a little bit more selfish, and I'll be honest about it. I want to make money. When 9.2 does well, I make money. YouTube redistributes some of that wealth to me. Whenever 9.2 does well, and that means good things for me, right? Also, I'm looking into starting another channel for Final Fantasy and for other MMOs, and if 9.2 does well, I can do that fucking easily, right? If 9.2 doesn't well, it's a whole other fucking story. So yes, there is some level of full transparency here. There is some level of very, very selfish thinking on my part for why I want 9.2 to be good. But at the same time, I'm not bothered if it isn't, right? If it's not good, then it's not good, and I fucking move on, right? I move on. I start covering other games. I'm sure it's going to be a tough spot to be in for a while, but then it will blow over and it will be good again. Yeah, always want to make money, of course. Arcane, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
They better become as translucent as single pane glass.
I don't think they're gonna. Blizzard still loves their PR shit. We all know that. Blizzard still cares about PR a lot. So I don't think they're gonna, like, completely abandon everything and suddenly just become, like, you know, open, honest, and just reveal everything. I don't think that's gonna happen. I genuinely don't think that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, I think tonight they're gonna announce it.
That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Arthas was a little beta cuck boy bitch. Fight me, chat. Illidan greater than Arthas.
Apocalypse, no, you are fucking wrong. You are wrong. Arthas kicked Illidan's fucking ass, bro. What are you talking about? No. Arthas is good. Don't you worry about that. Illidan can go suck a dick. I'm not saying Illidan is a bad guy. I like Illidan, but I prefer Arthas. Arthas should be left alone, to be honest. No, I want to see Arthas back, dude. The ultimate bad guy fucking back. Let's go. Let's fucking go, bro. I'm gonna go to the World of Warcraft website or YouTube page, because I think this is where the video will be sort of announced or revealed to us. Who's alive though? Yeah, but Arthas had to die for the plot. Illidan didn't have to die because of the plot. So no, in a 1v1 fight, I don't think Illidan could take Arthas. I don't believe so. Illidan can't even get a goal. Oof, that's harsh, bro. That is fucking harsh. I bet they'll bait us with Arthas like they baited us with Garrosh. Oh my god, the Garrosh reveal was just painful, dude. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the Garrosh reveal was painful. They gave us a cinematic so early on in Shadowlands of Garrosh, right? And that Garrosh was gonna be there. And then Garrosh turned out to not be there at all. And it's like, what the fuck is that? Where... You may as well not have brought him back, right? Because, and this is true, the cinematic which they gave us that brought him back for a moment was also shit, right? It was a horrible cinematic. And that was just, that. But to be fair, this is this is part of what I'm talking about. It's sort of part of what I'm talking about, right? What I said earlier in the stream as well. This is why I need to see from Blizzard a U-turn, right? I need to see a 180 turn on how they approach the game. They need to show me that they are done sort of PRing everything and hyping things. Because, Knight, what you just said there, marketing bait, is exactly true. It feels to me so often as if everything Blizzard does is simply for hype and PR. The PTRs that we get, they're clearly not to actually fix problems. PTRs exist primarily to hype the game, to get people to buy into the next patch. When you get cinematics for new expansions, they seem to exist also only for hype and not really for any other reason. Not really to showcase what the game is all about. I need to see from this specific talk or preview that they're doing, that they're not just going to use this to build hype. I don't want to see just a number of like silly. So I don't want to see a 2-minute video, right? Just sort of going through different images of what the new zone is going to look like. Because that to me would be fucking miserable. This hype and PR thing is 90% Activision. Look at all the COD games, just hype. Visit very, very true. Very true. Would it surprise you if when 9.2 goes live next year, Blizzard releases another 6-month sub mount? No. No. Blizzard will release another 6-month. Blizzard is never going to stop doing the 6-month sub mounts. Never. They know that people buy it. People spend money on it. And this is the one thing that Blizzard isn't willing to do. They will not part with their money at the expense, or they will not please their player base at the expense of money. This is the one thing that they will not do. Remember, the 6-month sub is perfect for Blizzard. Mainly because Blizzard knows that there isn't 6 months worth of content in their patches, right? They know that their patches cannot keep people busy for 6 months. So if they can convince people to buy a 6-month sub, it means it doesn't matter that there's only about a week's worth of content. Doesn't matter because people are locked in for 6 months. The Blizzard will only move away from the 6-month sub mount if their game can actually carry players for 6 months. Acdeus, we've calculated this. I had mods on Discord and myself. We ran the content in World of Warcraft all the way up to 9.1, right? All the way up to 9.1. There's less than 24 hours worth of content in 9.0 and 9.1 if you exclude redoing content like dungeons and stuff. Whilst that is content, remember that's not new content, right? Wings of War, how you doing, bro? Thank you much for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate you guys being here. That doesn't count as content in terms of new content. If you're talking about new content being added to the game, 9.0 and 9.1 delivers less than 24 hours of content. You can finish the whole game, all of the story and all of the content in less than a day. So, yeah, 6-month sub saves Blizzard's ass because they know they can't keep people busy. And it becomes incredibly obvious once the time-gated stuff goes away. So as soon as Blizzard no longer time-gates anything, it becomes, you immediately realize, oh my god, there's very little fucking content here. Love the idea you had in that video. Zoidberg, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Myself and the stream just sort of went on an adventure, shall we say. We just went on a little adventure trying to figure out what is going to be the right approach for 9.2. Is Blizzard going to do any of the things that I suggested? Probably not. We'll see. This is going to be... I think the reason I'm super excited for this is the first time that it absolutely has to work, right? It absolutely must work. If this doesn't go well, Blizzard is in serious trouble. So I think there's a sense of urgency, but also a sense of almost anticipation, right? Foul and Yumi both, but I think the Red Star would probably only come into play in 9.25 or even in 10.0. I have applied to the council. I have heard nothing back from the council. No emails, no nothing. So where, according to Asmongold, they actually sent him an email, right, to say, hey, well, actually they said fuck all in their email, but they actually sent him an email. I got nothing in return. Like there's been zero anything. I think Blizzard have me on the no mail list. They don't get any mail from me. I'm not allowed to get any mail from them. But is this year already? True. Oh, Zoidberg, that fucking hurts. That hurt. No, but right, I doubt it. Look, someone just said it up there. Anticipated said it best. If Asmongold doesn't get into this, it's basically confirmed that Blizzard is only interested in Yes Main. Blizzard is not interested in anyone that is going to challenge their game. There used to be a council, yes. Many people don't know that. I don't even speak on it. But yes, there used to be a council exactly like this. In fact, there used to be plenty of sort of outlets where Blizzard would speak to people who were either knowledgeable about the game, who did certain types of things within the game. For example, there used to be Discord servers filled with theory crafters for different classes. There used to be a council. Preach was actually on one of those councils. So no, they literally had these things, and over time they stopped paying attention to these things, right? Eventually it turned into, there was a massive leak about 1.5 years ago from people in the theory crafting discords who left the theory crafting discords because they realized nothing was happening. Like Blizzard would announce changes, they would run the numbers, and they would go, these don't work. This is not balanced. This is going to be a nightmare. And Blizzard would just go, yeah, you don't understand it. Just give it time. It's like, no, I do understand this. I do this for a living. This will not work. And eventually Blizzard's developers got super butthurt over the fact that they were being challenged. And it just eventually boiled into, according to the leak, it boiled into whenever they gave Blizzard feedback, Blizzard would just go, yes, but you're not a developer, so you don't really know. And that was it. Been breached and accessed by other being already. Even though that would be a massive twist, you're right. Giant Ratka, it wasn't. What do you mean? Before the lawsuit? Yeah, I mean, Jeff Hamilton is another one of those guys that he should really. Someone should remove his Twitter from him. Someone needs to remove his Twitter from him. That guy should not have Twitter. He insults the player base constantly, and you can't have that. You just can't fucking have that. I'm surprised they even gave Asmon an email back because he is more toxic than you and shits on WoW more than you, and yet they ban you when you're. But also remember size. Size matters here, King Julian. Blizzard cannot afford to ban Asmongold. They cannot afford to ban Asmongold. He's too big, right? It would hurt them in the long run. So it's better to just sort of pretend like he exists, but don't really pay attention to him, right? Than it is to just ban him. Whereas banning me what's that going to do, right? It's not going to change anything. So they did not respond. So I don't even, here's my true feelings on the matter is I think Asmongold was making a joke there, right? I think Asmongold was making a joke. I don't think he got any email back. That's just my sort of my personal opinion on it is I think he said, oh my God, they responded to me and with nothing, right? Because I don't think they actually did respond to him. Quick is doing a stream with Matt from Ballylis team, despite them shitting on Blizz hard. Well, yes, but again, size matters, right? And toxic, some fans of he's a toxic. He didn't get any response? Yeah. My personal opinion is he didn't get a response. He said it was a joke, but it was not obvious. Yeah, I see. I didn't even see that he said it was a joke, but I immediately thought it was a joke because the way he said it didn't seem like he was being serious. Because if he was being serious, I think he would have made a bigger deal out of it. So yeah. You said yesterday on your second stream that it was a joke? Yeah, as much. I thought as much, right? Mathael, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Ricky Starfire, what's up? Okay, so I see people discussing... yeah, Bally will probably get in. Yes. I see people discussing Asmongold's fan base here, or viewer base. I hate the word fans, but anyways. It's disingenuous to say that his viewer base is toxic, because they're not. I can guarantee you right now that about 99% of Asmongold's entire chat is completely normal, loving people that just enjoy his content, because Asmongold has incredible content. He is a fucking amazing content creator. Of course, he has bad apples, but so does every single fucking streamer. Every streamer's community has bad apples. When you have a stream, which is arguably one of the largest streams on Twitch, it's bound to happen that you're going to have more bad apples than most, right? Because we have 250 viewers here right now. Out of the 250 viewers, there's likely one or two that is incredibly toxic. Does that make this chat toxic? No. But because the stream is also slightly smaller, it also means that those who are toxic isn't going to be as, for example, open about it. I'm not seeing it. I'm hitting... Where is it? Because it's definitely not up on their YouTube channel. Drastically, since he switched to FF. Last year, his chat was super toxic. I don't even recognize his chat now. They'd have never spammed hearts in chat for him or any other viewer. Strom, how you doing, bro? Watching Arcane got me really hyped for the Riot game. Oh, I'm with you there, Strom. I'm fucking 100% with you there. Not just easier to weed them out. It's also, remember, when you're in a chat, have you guys ever seen the pace at which Asmongold's chat moves? If you're dropping a couple of really toxic lines, right, into that chat, how many people do you think really fucking see that? How many people really see that? Almost no one. So people feel a little bit more emboldened, right, to say basically whatever the fuck they want in chat. When you have a chat that's far smaller, it's sort of more difficult, right? Because you know that you're going to get called out. You know that you're probably going to get banned. You know that your chat, like your message is going to be there for people to see. But as you grow, as you get more viewers, it's going to happen. There's literally nothing you can do about it. It's going to happen. It is fast as fuck. True. People are saying that it's already up, but not enough people are saying that it's already up for me to believe that it's already up. In fact, I think Apocalypse wanted to debate us. and stuff in it. It's inevitable. I would say over 10,000. I don't think 2,000 is that much. I think 2,000 is still perfectly fine. Yes, it will be on YouTube. Yeah, fuck you, Apocalypse. You know I can hover over links and see exactly what the link is, right? It will be on YouTube. Activision Blizzard have a partnership with YouTube, so they won't be putting it on Twitch. I doubt that. Ricky Starfire, that would be true if it wasn't for League of Legends. It's not up yet, Julian. We're still waiting. If you play League of Legends, you will realize one thing above all else, right? The most toxic region in League of Legends is EU West, by a mile. Europeans are far more toxic than people from the US. Far more. Without, like, literally no joke and no hatred towards Europeans. Europeans are far more toxic than Americans. You might get some Americans that is also very toxic, but believe me, Europeans take the fucking cake. The partnership is for certain esports formats only, Akalon. As far as I know, because they already announced that it's only on YouTube. It's only on YouTube and on their site, World of Warcraft. So I'm pretty sure the partnership extends probably beyond that. Missed the interviews with Ian and Lore. They were always funny. They were funny to watch with viewers. They weren't funny as in funny. Haha. Have you ever seen? No, I've never been on the ACA server, Atheo. Thoughts on Lost Ark? I have not played Lost Ark. I've been invited to the beta. I should install the beta, but I've never played it. So I have no idea. I have no thoughts on. I've never even seen a video about Lost Ark. Why would you put a video on Twitch? You can. You just upload the video and then you run it as a rerun. So it looks like a live stream, but it's not a live stream, right? It's just a rerun. I could do that with any of my streams right now. Like right after I go down, like say right after we streamed here, I could always take one of my older streams and just do a rerun on that. So it'll look like it is a stream, but it isn't a stream, right? Yes, something like a super dungeon, the Grey. If I were to drill down into it, it would be a 10-man dungeon. It would be a 10-man dungeon. If you were to push me, if I could make that ICC, it would be a 10-man dungeon. Because I think that would be fucking awesome. Like, filling that void for me. Because I love 10-man content. I'm not a massive fan of smaller, larger pieces of content. It's not just different toxic outlets. Wild toxicity is boosting you from the groups for being shit. Final Fantasy XIV toxicity is rapidly biting your anus off if you don't come over everything about the game. Yes, but Apocalypse, the only reason we bite your asshole off for not liking the game is because we want you to have good taste. And as Final Fantasy players, we know that everyone who doesn't like Final Fantasy doesn't have good taste. So we're just trying to help you fix yourself, right? We're trying to make you a better human being, if that makes sense. Or me, thank you for the Prime. I did really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you, brother. Well, the bloom is not good taste. You missed 10 and 25-man raids, Echo? I missed 10-man raids. In my perfect world, in World of Warcraft, if I was in charge of making World of Warcraft, I would remove 20-man Mythic, and I would remove 30-man Normal and Heroic, and I would make all raids 10-man. 10-man and 10-man only. And then, for people who like the larger content, I would do 2 mega raids, right? Every expansion. So 2 raids every expansion that is 40 man. The reason 40 man would exist in this game is you could go to other guilds and sort of go, hey, would you guys want to sign up with us for this mega raid that's 40 man? We don't want to recruit more people for the 40 man raid. We just really enjoy the idea of a 40 man raid. But the 40 man raid would also not provide you with the best gear. It would sort of just be gear, but not the base gear. The base gear would come from the 10 man mythic raids, right? Or actually, in my perfect world, it would be normal and heroic raiding, and then mythic would be a version that doesn't give better gear. So you don't get better gear when you do mythic, you just get rewards. Like, it could be transmog rewards, mount rewards, title rewards, shit like that. But it doesn't, it's not gear, right? You don't get extra gear. That's just for the challenge. How does it sound horrible when put together? I believe that fewer people raid today because raids are 20 man, right? Than would have raided if raids was 10 man. 10 man is far more intimate. You can know the people that you're playing with. Everyone can have fun and actually joke around, and it can actually be enjoyable. When it's 20 people, it's sort of overwhelming. There's so many people in this group, so many voices. Not everyone can speak, because if everyone spoke, no one would be able to know what's going on. 10 man is just, I think, far more intimate, and it's just, I think, a more manageable raid size. So I personally would be in favor of removing all of the raid sizes and just going with 10 man raid. Force your taste on others, only introduce them. The rest is up to themselves. True. Opinions, different tastes, of course. But this is, of course, why I said I would then have pieces of content for those people that do love the more massive raid sizes. Like, for example, 40-man raids, right? Or even if you didn't want to go 40-man, go 20-man, right? So you do have 1 or 2 raids every expansion that is 20-man, right? So in other words, people who want to do that massive raiding experience, they can go in with 20 people and they can do those. But those are limited. They're not meant to be the raiding. They're just sort of extra content for people that like that sort of thing. But of course, in this perfect world, also, raids never go out of fashion. So 5 expansions from now, you end up with having something like 20 40-man raids that you can run. Yeah? 10 or 20 40-man raids, because the raids that was introduced in 10.0 is still relevant today, 5 years from now. So that would be sort of my that I think would be like, for me, that's how I would approach raiding if it was up to me. Of course, it's not up to me, so you can all rest easy. This is just my ideas. Raids like that have the expansion's main patch final bosses. These ones should be like epic raid size. You should never make raids for pug groups, but instead build on the guild system so people want to join guilds instead. I do think, Mathael, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I agree with you, but this is one of the reasons I think it's a good idea to have it be multiples of 10, right? Twirl Dog, thank you for the Prime sub. Love your fucking name, by the way. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the degenerate chat. We are very happy to have you here. Vesper, how you doing, bro? I think that too. I think WoW need to be more Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think it's necessarily so much more Final Fantasy XIV, but I also think people should stop not wanting to borrow from Final Fantasy XIV, because many people don't seem to remember that what saved Final Fantasy XIV was Final Fantasy and Yoshi P borrowing from WoW, right? WoW saved Final Fantasy XIV. There's nothing wrong with borrowing, right? If it works in Final Fantasy, why can't it work in WoW? It's clear that it works. It's clear that people love it. So just use it, you know? Just use what works. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Stop trying to fight against change. Just borrow, right? You have an entire game that you can borrow from. Why, Saven? crossing all things, meaning raids a special raid gear, Mythic Plus its own gear in PvP, and it's based for this content, like the item level scaling and PvP now. Oh, Visit, we've already discussed that earlier in the stream, and I 100% agree with you. I don't like crossover in content, mainly because it creates a sort of world where you have to do things sometimes that you don't necessarily want to do. I am a huge fan of, if I only like raiding, I should only have to raid, right? I shouldn't also, on top of raiding, have to do Torghast and also do Mythic Dungeons and also do PvP. I should just raid because that's what I love doing. So I'm a huge fan of gear being specific to the piece of content that you're going to use the gear in. So if I'm going to do dungeons, I have gear that is basically built for dungeons. If I'm going to do raids, I have gear that is basically built for raiding. And it's only good in raids. Using it in dungeons is suboptimal. You can, it's not going to necessarily ruin your experience, but if you wanted to push the highest possible keys, you want to go for the dungeon gear, because they have extra stats, or they have extra set bonuses, or whatever the case may be. So I'm a massive fan of that, yes. I don't like the fact, either that, or you standardized all gear, right? So whenever you hit max level, it doesn't matter whether you raid, PvP, or do dungeons, the gear is exactly the same from all of those. So you basically choose whatever gear you want, right? You basically get to choose what content you want to do, because the gear doesn't matter. The gear is the same. And then what you would introduce in a world like that, if that is what you wanted to do, you would introduce something like different gems, right? So you would make the gem game the game that helps people do whatever the fuck they want to do. Yeah? But I'm not saying that's what Blizzard should do. I'm saying you could do that. I don't think that's what they should do, just to be clear. Epic Deku, how you doing? If WoW had old... Oh, by the way, Eleanor, how you doing? Golgoth, how you doing, bro? If WoW had old content playable, at least half-heartedly scaled, along with the current expansions as a new player, my interest to try it out would jack up 100 times higher. Oh, Epic Deco, probably tomorrow we'll have a bit of a discussion about something I need to see from Blizzard, and it involves the rework of old content. I think World of Warcraft it's high time that Blizzard stop with this sort of, because Blizzard have said this before, right? We would love to go back and fix the old world, and if we had a wand that we could just wave to get the old world going, we would absolutely wave that wand. Well, you don't need a wand, right? King Julian, it's not up. You don't need a wand. You just need a strategy. You don't need a wand, right? You don't have to fix the whole game in one go. You just need a strategy. So you need to say, right, we're going to take 200 developers of multiple departments, and we're going to put those developers on revamping the old world and creating a cohesive storyline from level 1 all the way to max level for the old world, making sure that a new player that starts a new game for the first time know the lore and story of our game right up until the end, right? So when they hit max level, they know the whole story of the game. We're going to give them time. We're not going to rush them. So say with 10.0 or even 10.2, yeah, you release the revamped classic experience. And then, of course, say in 11.1, you release the TBC experience. And then in 12.0, so you don't sort of push people into this weird world where everything has to launch at the same time. You do it when it's ready, and you just fix the old world to make sure that people actually understand the story. Perpetrator, I agree with you. Tatiana, how you doing? It seems as if a lot of the time when it comes to Blizzard, they don't have a roadmap. It oftentimes feels as if they just sort of grasp at whatever is closest, right? And then go with that. Rather than having a clear goal of where are we now and where do we want to be. Tenko, by the way, thank you much for the tier and sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome, you motherfucker. It's something I've said long ago with class design. Blizzard needs to figure out what they want to do with classes. This bullshit of every second expansion we get a full rework of classes, it's ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way. Figure out what every single class needs to be, right? And then make sure that you have a roadmap ahead of you for the next 5 to 10 expansions of where that class will end up. Making sure that you bring out new abilities every single expansion, that people can feel like they're actually achieving something, and that it constantly works towards the end goal, right? And then when you start approaching the end goal, you move it on, right? You move it along. You say, okay, now we're close to the end goal. Let's move this on. Yeah. What did Zian? What happened with Tali? Why are people so upset? Because I couldn't make any sense. Xantarel, that is why I believe World of Warcraft needs a sort of how do we put it? It's why I believe World of Warcraft requires a rework. Because I hear this from so many new players, especially newer viewers, who go, I just started playing WoW, I came to your channel because I don't understand the lore, can you explain this, that, or the other? And I'm usually like, well, my channel isn't really the place that you want to fucking be. You want to be on Noble's channel if you're brand new and you don't actually know, right? Because my channel is basically sort of the advanced version of lore. It's where we already accept that people know the lore. Now we're speculating on the next level of lore, right? But the fact that you have viewers and players who just, they don't know, right? They jump into it and like, what is this? That's not how it should be, right? The Doggo Lord, how you doing? Ingal, how you doing? You shouldn't have that. By the way, happy to have you here. Another one of the scribes hanging out for the 9.2 discussion. I think we're all very much hyped for this, right? Very much fucking hyped for this. Lefo, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate Tia. Thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome to everyone. Oh my god, Tia, you actually subbed. Did I say thank you for the sub or follow? Anyways, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Very happy to have you here. It's always good. It's always good to meet a fellow degenerate. I love the super advanced theory crafting that we do here. I do it. I do enjoy it too. Sir Fetch, how you doing, bro? I want WoW to be good. I hope 9.2 announcements. Tease today is good. I'm right with you guys. Look, I've said a lot of negative things about World of Warcraft, and I do not retract a single word that I've said about World of Warcraft. But at the same time, I say those things because I want WoW to be better. I criticize because I think it can be better. Because I know it can be. Because I've thought through this. I know that it's not that hard to make World of Warcraft a fucking great game. It just needs a little bit of tweaking, and then we're right there. 9.2 doesn't need to rewrite the book, by the way. It just needs to change a couple of things, and we've got a fucking fantastic game on our hands. Fantastic. So definitely hyped for what we get today, because it's gonna tell us where we are, right? We have our bingo card ready. So we're ready. I don't see anything yet. Oh my god, here we go. Okay, it's up. It's up. It is. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for this chat? Perpetrator, thank you for the prime. I do really appreciate that. All right. Here we go.
The Shadowlands story pulls together threads that started in Warcraft 3 and wove their way through many of our expansions. We approached it like a drama in 3 acts. Now, as the third and final act begins of the saga, we need to stop the jailer from reaching his ultimate goal, which is to rewrite the rules of reality. Eternity's End serves as the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga.
Okay.
the jailer has the advantage. He has seized the sigils of the leaders of the Four Covenants.
We see Sylvanas realize that she's been a pawn in the jailer's game this entire time.
Yeah.
And she refuses to serve him, and she's taken prisoner.
The jailer is able to open a portal to who knows where, taking Anduin with him.
And the Primus had us take some time to retrieve some new sigils.
Now we have gathered our forces. We are working with the Primus to open our own gateway to pursue the jailer to this realm unlike any we've seen before.
Zereth Mortis, here we go, bro. Yes.
The Primus opens a portal, and we come into this alien land. It's completely white, foggy. We're walking on water for some reason.
They can only
Wait,
make
what?
out some shapes, some figures there, some crazy devices and consoles.
Eventually, you make your way to a giant gate, and behind it
Okay.
lies Zereth Mortis.
Zereth Mortis was created by the first ones, and it is intended to create afterlives.
Think of it as being tucked away in the fabric of the Shadowlands itself. It's kind of the behind the scenes of these afterlives that we've journeyed to.
It's the land where the progenitors, the first ones who created all of the realms of the Shadowlands, this is their workshop.
They've created everything we've experienced in Azeroth and Shadowlands and even realms we haven't discovered yet.
These first ones built the universe as far as we know, but their intentions or methods are completely unknown.
But of course, the jailer's presence here is disrupting this process. And we're working to push back against the jailer's forces and protect this place.
I think
Here we
the
go
artists have
again.
done a fantastic job. And I know they did a lot of research, and they looked at a lot of real-life examples of very strange places in the real world.
As a team, we were really trying to make this place as alien as possible.
By the way, we're watching it first. We're going to rewatch this because I already have a number of things I want to say. But for now, we're just going to watch, right? And then, after we've watched, there's going to be some fucking opinions to be had here.
So we really wanted to make everything feel completely unique and completely different. Our trees here are floating. We have stones that are floating. We even have the massive Forge of Afterlives that is floating in the center of the zone.
And true to its name, it's something that is kind of putting together a new afterlife to be sent out into the Shadowlands.
We have this water all around you because water is really the catalyst for any kind of creation.
It's actually unlike any other water that we've seen before. This is actually water that we can walk on. It almost creates like a threshold between Zereth Mortis and some other kind of more primordial space.
BKs
right
would
below.
agree or disagree.
Everything you see in Zereth Mortis has a purpose, an intention behind it. For us, it was really important to find ways to convey that intention in the environment itself. And one of the ways in which we did it was through this duality between a lush and a dry biome. In the dry biome, we see perhaps what the original look of the zone was when the progenitors were first establishing this workspace for themselves. And in the lush biome, we see the result of their experimentation with plant life and fauna and things like that.
These are all test beds for what we'll eventually see elsewhere.
It looks nice.
From there, we started thinking about what kinds of creatures would be in this place that are fundamentally prototypes. There's terraforming here. There's creatures that are building afterlives. We tried to really stretch and think what that might be like.
My personal favorite includes the giant armored snail, and we also have a progenitor chicken, which answers
It's a
the question
chocobo.
of what came first.
It's a
These
chocobo.
first ones who crafted Zereth Mortis, what they left behind were the automa, meant to take care of the place and make sure that it fulfilled its function to create afterlives.
The automa have several different classes, and you can see this in their silhouettes. We have the builders, we have the protectors, we have the casters, and each one of them have a specific role within the Shadowlands. And then you'll also discover the Jiro, which are a part of the automa. They're a little more quirky, they have a little more personality, they are a little more sentient than the other automa, so some of them even split off to pursue their own desires.
Unfortunately, when we found our way in, Devourers also found their way in. They are ravenous.
They're consuming this weird energy, and it's causing them to mutate and to fall apart.
And the automa, where they are confronted by them, some of them are fighting them off.
And so it's going to take some time for them to understand that we're here trying to help them drive out this threat.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we've got some allies. There are some enlightened brokers here that we're going to be working with.
But it's a broker that arrived here quite a long time ago and has had a change of heart from looking at the world as a very transactional place to seeing this place as a holy place, a sacred place. We meet an enlightened one named Fareem, and Fareem needs our assistance, and in return, he leads us to Haven,
which is a hub that has been created out of progenitor ruins, and this is where the enlightened really have made their home.
Haven serves as our foothold here, as well as use it as a base of operations and really start unlocking the mysteries of this land.
The enlightened brokers are intent on protecting and preserving the work of the first ones here, but now they're seeing Zoval bring his forces against the Atoma and tear up the land, and they are eager for assistance.
The brokers themselves are very ostentatious, they're very into materialism, but the enlightened are not that at all. They have relinquished this material way, and you'll see this reflected in their clothes. They're a little tattered, they're a little faded, because it just isn't important to them anymore. They're just here for the pursuit of knowledge.
Kind of what the brokers are already.
When players arrive, they're kind of fishes out of water. And one of the first things that we have to do is start learning how to communicate with the Automa. Think of it as a kind of runic language, based in symbols.
We will bond with a small construct who's pretty cute.
Please tell me we learned those fucking symbols.
With his assistance and the assistance of Fareem, we will learn eventually how to understand the symbols through the cipher of the first one.
Please!
We'll uncover different parts of this alphabet and start to learn more about the progenitors and Zereth Mortis itself.
It will allow you to unlock new and different forms of content. So that can range from daily quests to new options on the vendors to places to explore and new side quests that open up. So it's really the gateway to exploring the far reaches of Zereth Mortis.
As we looked into the development of Cipher of the First Ones, we wanted something that was unique that players haven't seen before. A little bit of familiarity, but something that takes that to the next level.
We really involved the whole team in this creative process. We worked with our UI team to be able to represent those through text, through these things talking and seeing them on screen in chat bubbles and in our chat window. Little by little, these kind of runes start taking shape into words that we recognize. But it's going to be a process that unfolds over the course of playing through Eternity's End. The Automa speak in this kind of musical language. They don't talk the way that we mortals are used to speaking. The sound team was super excited. They jumped in, they started prototyping all kinds of different sounds. We listened, we gave feedback. And we really ended up in a cool place. As you're playing through and gradually unlocking the language, you'll be able to see those words that they're saying, but still hear those tones.
Weird language.
The jailer's true goal has never really been to escape the Maw or to gain power. He's been focused on reaching this place called the Sepulchre, to go into this place of power and to really rewrite the rules of the universe. We'll learn that the jailer has breached the Sepulchre of the First Ones, and this becomes our new raid for Eternity's End. We're going to gather our forces, we're going to pursue the jailer inside. Once you go inside the Sepulchre, there's some mind-blowing visuals. This is a place that should not be able to exist according to the laws of physics as we know them on Azeroth. Just looking out into this impossible sky of seeing these ancient works of
this
the
looks
first
pretty cool.
ones, those laws don't apply to anything we see here.
Among the bosses that we're going to face in Sepulchre of the First Ones include the jailer's forces, maybe a dreadlord or two that you haven't tied up loose ends with. We'll face a consular. This is similar to a being like Algalon, but the jailer's gotten to it and has infused his domination magic into the consular. Before we get to the jailer, however,
that's weird.
We need to get to Anduin first. Our hope is that we can learn whatever Anduin knows about domination magic.
There we go.
We need to be able to resist
Kill
it,
him.
or better yet, fight it.
Tier
We know
6.
players have been waiting a long time for the return of Tier 6, and as devs, we have too.
It's a great blend of progenitor magic, golds, and metals, along with those class-defining silhouettes. Wolves for shamans, pointy things for rogues. It's going to look amazing.
We'll fill out the bingo card after this.
Super excited to bring class sets back. This is something that felt really right for the story. We're in the final act of the Shadowlands saga. We're here literally on the brink at Eternity's End. And what better place to fully unleash the power of these classes?
All right.
And I think players will really enjoy the return of those class sets just as much as the team enjoyed making them.
Because we needed tier 6 back
How
for
do you
so
make
long.
something that is mystical and magical and incomprehensible and yet understandable? I think we've done a good job of finding that line.
The team as a whole has been working so hard, and we are so excited to get this out for everyone.
We're gonna get new mounts, new pets.
A bit horrifying for me, but exciting for some is the fact that, you know, some of the spider mounts can now fly. Who needs flying spiders? But that's also going to be a cool thing for people.
We have updates to professions, to soulbinds,
Not
to
bad.
conduits. There's a new dancing minigame in Darkmoon Fair.
I'm a story guy, so I'm super geeked about watching players kind of piece together those little lore tidbits. That's what excites me as well.
I'm really looking forward to Season 3 of Mythic Plus. Tazavesh is getting split into 2 dungeons. If you're a raider, if you chase Keystone Master, if you're an achievement collector, there's something for everyone to do in this.
Shadowlands is like the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga, and our team is already hard at work on the next stories to come. Can't talk about them quite yet, but when the time is right, we're going to be really excited to share them with you.
All right. I'll say overall, pretty good. There's a couple of things that I think should be spoken about. A couple of things that is either not that great, and some things that is actually pretty cool. To be fair, whilst a lot of words were said, it's really surface level, right? This was incredibly surface level, which doesn't really... let's be honest, this doesn't tell us anything. At the end of this, yes, you have some idea of what's coming, right? We know sort of where we're going. But really, outside of that, do we know anything? Right? We don't know how any of this is going to work. We've not been given any of this. So there's a lot that needs to be uncovered here and discussed. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. By the way, just quickly want to say, Silk, Cubana, Unforgive One, thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate that. You guys are absolutely... Actually, for the subs, you guys are amazing. Really appreciate that. And now that we've sort of seen it for the first time, we've sort of had time to discuss it. I'm now gonna go through it, and this is more start pause, right? So if you've not seen this yet, you may want to go watch this over on YouTube, because there's going to be a lot of pausing here. This is definitely not going to be the thing that this is not the first time you want to see this.
The Shadowlands story pulls together threads that started in Warcraft 3 and wove their way through many of our expansions. We approached it like a drama in 3 acts. Now, as the third and final act begins of the saga, we...
All right, so this is huge, right? Right off the bat, this is huge. Why is this huge? Well, because this basically confirms final act, right? So 9.2 is technically the final patch for this expansion. That, of course, depends, right? It could be that Blizzard decides, no, screw it. 9.3 is still going to happen, but 9.3 is actually going to be more like the start of the next story. So rather than in sort of the historical terms, 9.3 would be where the story ends. 9.3 could be the start of the next story. They could go a route like that, right? It's not impossible for them to go a route like that. Let me just very quickly... Alex, I need to upload this reaction to you so we can get that uploaded before I fucking forget. So it is possible, right? It is possible that Blizzard could ultimately end up doing something like that. So there could still be a 9.1, but I don't count on that as being a thing. What's more important from a lore perspective here is everything that we've known up until now for World of Warcraft, all of the lore that we were introduced to over the course of our many, many, many years of playing World of Warcraft, basically, from what it sounds like to me, it's done, right? It sounds like that's the end of it for some reason. Blizzard is going a new direction. With the story, the next story is going to kick off and it's going to be something completely new. That is kind of sad, considering the fact that Shadowlands is the expansion on which one of the greatest stories ever told in video games comes to an end. That is kind of sad, right? I'm not entirely sure how happy I am with that, to be quite honest with you. I would have liked it to have a better send-off than that.
We need to stop the jailer from reaching his ultimate goal, which is to rewrite the rules of reality. Eternity.
It also sort of says to me that we're probably going to end up killing Zuval in this expansion, because Blizzard wants to finish off with it. They don't want to keep going. They don't want to keep the story alive. This is the end of that story. It's the end of sort of all of the open, like all of the parts that were sort of open-ended. This is the end of it. So there might even be a chance. Remember Azara? Last time we saw Azara said that she's going to claim the ultimate throne. Could it be that we see Azara in Zereth Mortis? Because from what I can hear, feels to me as if Zereth Mortis might be the ultimate place.
And serves as the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga. The jailer has the advantage. He has seized the sigils of the leaders of the Four Covenants.
We see Sylvanas realize that she's been a pawn in the jailer's game this entire.
I'm sorry, they don't want to say anything about this, but kind of have to. Sylvanas, this character that has never trusted anyone, this character that doesn't even trust Nathanos, who is literally her closest ally throughout all of this, decided, fuck it, I'll trust him, right? Just wanted to make sure everyone understood the level of suspension of disbelief that needs to take place here in order to believe this story. Still, to this day, as far as I'm concerned, the worst story ever. To this day.
Entire time, and she refuses to serve him, and she's taken prisoner.
The jailer is able to open a portal to who knows where, taking Anduin with him.
And the Primus had us take some time to retrieve some new sigils.
Now we have gathered our forces. We are working with the Primus to open our own gateway to pursue the jailer to this realm unlike any we've seen before.
All right. Zereth Mortis,
The Primus
we
opens
knew.
a portal, and we come into this alien land. It's completely white, foggy. We're walking on water for some reason.
I like the idea of how they're going to introduce it. From what I can hear here, from what the sound is, when you first arrive here, it's just going to be an ocean of water, nothing as far as the eye can see. I kind of like that, right? It gives you the sort of, oh my God, this is different. This is very different. So you sort of get an intro to the zone before you actually get into the zone. Like that.
Only make out some shapes, some figures there, some crazy devices and consoles.
Eventually, you make your way to a giant gate, and behind it lies Zereth Mortis.
Zereth Mortis was created by the first ones.
This is where I want to just quickly pause and say, I never actually knew who the lead quest designers for World of Warcraft is, but now that I know, it's good to finally put a face next to the people who basically do no work whatsoever in World of Warcraft. Personally, this is one of the most overrated positions, I think, in World of Warcraft. And not because of the fact that she's a woman, I don't give a fuck. It's the fact that there's a lead quest designer in World of Warcraft. What quest designing? Where is this quest designing that you talk of? Like, you speak of quest designing. The quests have been the same since fucking Classic. Kill 6 of this, kill 10 of that. All you need for World of Warcraft questing is one intern with a fucking laptop that just goes copy, paste, 3,000 times per expansion. Boom. Questing sorted. So, I don't know who the fuck this lady is, but she clearly doesn't do a good job.
And it is intended to create afterlives.
Think of it as being tucked away in the fabric of the Shadowlands itself. It's kind of the behind the scenes of these afterlives that we've journeyed to.
It's the land where the progenitors, the first ones who created all of the realms of the Shadowlands, this is their workshop.
But I don't understand. So they're saying basically here that it's where the realms of the Shadowlands come from. So where does the realms of the not the Shadowlands come from? The Great Beyond. Does this come from here as well? Because they do say that we see sort of the early stuff of Azeroth here as well, which could be a clue, by the way, to something much bigger. I'm throwing this out here because we're going to be talking about that in the future, guaranteed. I wonder if we're going to get any blue posts now in the next couple of days, sort of highlighting things that isn't in this video. But yeah, definitely very interesting. So far, I'm on board from a lore perspective. I'm very fucking hyped for this from a lore perspective, by the way.
They've created everything we've experienced in Azeroth and Shadowlands and even realms we haven't discovered yet.
These first ones built the universe as far as we know, but their intentions or methods are completely unknown.
But of course, the jail.
Maybe I should point this out. Do not judge the game and the look of this right now as the final product. Please understand that this is, because I see a lot of people talking about it looks bare bones, it looks shit. It is. There's probably still like 4 months of production and development that needs to happen and polish that needs to happen before we'll actually get the game. So yes, it is still bare bones. On that, I would say don't judge too harshly. Judge the content, not the way it looks, because looks is really quick. Usually you can do the entire polish and make the game look fucking fantastic within a month, right? That takes no time whatsoever. The biggest part is the content. Now, we can't judge that because we don't actually have any content to judge, but, you know, dream, if you will.
Jailer's presence here is disrupting this process, and we're working to push back against the Jailer's forces and protect this place.
I think the artists have done a fantastic job, and I know they did a lot of research and they looked at a lot of real-life examples of very strange places in the real world.
As a team, we were really trying to make this place as alien as possible, so we really wanted to make everything feel completely unique and completely different. Our trees here are floating, we have stones that are floating, we even have the...
I like the floating stuff, and for one reason why... Nagrand. You talk about floating stuff, I get flashbacks of Nagrand, my favorite zone of all time in World of Warcraft. More, please. I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely fucking on board with that. No, what did Shay say? You give me Nagrand or more stuff like Nagrand, and I'm happy to play through it. So floating shit in the sky, sign me up, please. I'm all right with that.
The massive
so far,
Forge
so
of
good.
Afterlives that is floating in the center of the zone.
And true to its name, it's something that is kind of putting together a new afterlife to be.
This is interesting. Again, from a lore perspective, I asked if Azeroth is an afterlife. Shay, the current speculation that I have in my head, at least, is that the Shadowlands and the Great Beyond is actually the same thing. It used to be the same thing. It's been sort of arbitrarily divided in order to play into some bigger scheme, but they were the same place. Originally, they were exactly the same place. There's technically no difference between the two. This, from a lore perspective, obviously really cool. I would want to see if how deep are we going to dive into this, though.
Sent out into the Shadowlands.
We have this water all around you because water is really the catalyst for any kind of creation.
It's actually unlike any other water that we've seen before. This is actually water that we can walk on.
So this was the first part of the video that I really needed to stop. And I wanted to pause, but I couldn't because we were watching it. It's water unlike any other water we've ever seen before. You can walk on this water. Now, I don't know exactly, but there's shamans and DKs that might have want to have a conversation about this this special water that can be walked on. There's even mounts if you have the right achievements. There's mounts that might want to have a special word on this special water that can be walked on. Because from my perspective, with my fucking achievements, all water in World of Warcraft can be walked on. I have never met a lake in World of Warcraft that I cannot walk on. So I don't know what makes this so special, but I don't have a fucking problem. If it's water you want, I can basically go anywhere and get you the water that can be walked on.
It almost creates like a threshold between Sereth Mortis and some other kind of more primordial space right below it.
On a more serious note, right? Obviously, very much joking. But on a more serious note, I liked this idea. So looking into the water, you do sort of get this almost if you can imagine sort of this, when the progenitors created this realm, they put the old things, right, below the water so you couldn't see it, which then goes even deeper, because that means that the progenitors weren't here first. Yeah? The progenitors weren't first. They arrived here and made a bunch of changes, but someone was here before the progenitors. So the first ones isn't even really the first ones. There's ones that's firster than the first ones, right? So there's like the 0 ones. They came before the first ones even. However the fuck you want to look at that, and I don't know how to make that not convoluted, to be honest, but it seems like there's first ones, firster ones, and then maybe the first of the firster ones. Whatever the fuck it is, there's a lot of ones who arrive and do shit in this world.
Everything you see in Zereth Mortis has a purpose, an intention behind it. For us, it was really important to find ways to convey that intention in the environment itself. And one of the ways in which we did it was through this duality between a lush and a dry biome. In the dry
it is
biome,
beautiful.
we see perhaps what the original look of the zone was when the progenitors were first establishing this workspace for themselves. And in the lush biome, we see the result of their...
One thing you can't take away from this, and again, this is true for almost every World of Warcraft patch and every World of Warcraft expansion, it's beautiful. This place is gorgeous. That orb is much bigger than what I thought it was. I didn't even spot this the first time around. I thought this was just like an orb, but it seems to be a fucking planet in the sky that shits out other fucking zones in the Shadowlands, like afterlives in the Shadowlands. So I have to say, the zone looks incredible. And just for that, I might just test it out for a bit, just to run around in the zone at least a little.
Their experimentation with plant life and fauna and things like that.
These are all test beds for what we'll eventually see elsewhere.
From there, we started thinking about what kinds of creatures would be in this place that are fundamentally prototypes. There's terraforming here. There's creatures that are building afterlives. We tried to really stretch and think what that might be like.
My personal favorite includes the giant armored snail, and we also have a progenitor chicken.
If there is chicken racing in 9.2, you know Blizzard is stealing stuff from Final Fantasy, because that is a small miniature fucking chocobo. 100%.
Which answers the question of what came first.
How does it... Okay.
These first ones who crafted Zereth Mortis, what they left behind were the Automa, meant to take care of the place and make sure that it fulfilled its function to create afterlives.
The Automa have several different classes, and you can see this in their silhouettes. We have the builders, we have the protectors, we have the casters, and each one of them have a specific role within the Shadowlands. And then you'll also discover the Jiro, which are a part of the Automa.
The Jiro, I like these little fucks. I don't know why yet, but I like these little fucks. Second favorite creature in World of Warcraft, just after Murlocs. But I think I'm going to like the Jiro.
They're a little more quirky, they have a little more personality. They are a little more sentient than the other Automa, so some of them even split off to pursue their own desires.
Unfortunately, when we found our way in, Devourers also found their way in. They are ravenous.
They're consuming this weird energy, and it's causing them to mutate and to fall.
If you are in love with the lore, as I'm assuming most of us are, this next line should actually sort of pique your interest. I remember when we watched this the first time, I was sitting here going, ooh, okay, that is weird. They're consuming an energy. Now remember, Devourers eat energy. It's what they do. They're attracted to anything that has an abundance of energy. So if you explode, let's say you dropped an atomic bomb, that energy will almost guaranteed attract Devourers. They eat that shit. But for some reason, the energy on Zereth Mortis makes them fall apart. Why?
are ravenous.
They're consuming this weird energy, and it's causing them to mutate and to fall apart.
And the Automa, where they are confronted by them, some of them are fighting them off.
And so it's going to take some time for them to understand that we're here trying to help them drive out this threat.
Okay. I want to point something out. Thing that I don't like about all of this is, once again, we're being sent into a world that we have zero reason for caring about, right? This world basically created the Shadowlands. There's really nothing that pulls me into this world. There's no reason for me to really care about this world. So far, everything I've seen is beautiful. It looks great, right? It doesn't convince me to really play it. Like, I'm not looking at this and thinking, I have to go save this world. I absolutely must save the world. I don't really give a fuck about the world. Because I don't know why I would care about the world. Like, what would be the reason for caring about this world? What's that link, Andy? The Cypher Research Console. Huh. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to... We'll go through that in a bit. But yeah, so far, this entire patch suffers from the exact same issue that that Shadowlands in general suffered from. You have all these realms, and they look beautiful, they look really cool, the story seems to be really cool. I don't seem to understand why I should care. Yeah, sure, okay, the guy wants to destroy the Shadowlands. Who gives a fuck? Let's go back to Azeroth, right? So that to me is sort of the biggest issue that I have here.
Fortunately, we've got some allies. There are some enlightened brokers here that we're going to be working with.
But it's a broker that arrived here quite a long time ago and has had a change of heart from looking at the world as a very transactional place to seeing this place as a holy place, a sacred place.
Prince, it's not just about that, right? It's not just about saying that this is going to affect Azeroth as well. You have to make the player very much aware of the impending doom. And the only way you can really do that is by tying it to to Azeroth. Holy shit.
My problem is that this doesn't seem unique. It's a reskin of the Titan storyline. That's really only it.
That's really only it.
Okay, I don't know why there was two voices reading it. I do apologize. I'll figure that out after the stream. Brizanami, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. And then my problem is that this doesn't seem unique. It's a reskin of the Titan storyline. It's that's really only it. The thing is, I'm still struggling to figure out exactly why I need to care about this. That's the only thing. That's sort of the only thing that bothers me at this point is I don't quite understand why I care. Right? It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, but why should I go back? We'll see, Sylvanas.
Named Fareem. And Fareem needs our assistance, and in return, he leads us to Haven,
which is a hub that has been created out of progenitor ruins, and this is where the Enlightened really have made their home.
Haven
I like this
as our foothold here, as well as use it as a base of operations and really start unlocking the mysteries of this land.
This I like. Great. Give me a starting point. Give me a sort of place from which I can start my adventure and lock me into that adventure. 100% with you. I like the idea of Haven.
The Enlightened brokers are intent on protecting and preserving the work of the first ones here, but now they're seeing Zoval bring his forces against the Automa and tear up the land, and they are eager for assistance.
The brokers themselves are very ostentatious, they're very into materialism, but the Enlightened are not that at all. They have relinquished this material way, and you'll see this reflected in their clothes. They're a little tattered, they're a little faded, because it just isn't important to them anymore.
Okay, yes.
They're just here for the pursuit of knowledge.
That is kind of what the brokers want as well, just knowledge.
When players arrive, they're kind of fishes out of water. And one of the first things that we have to do is start learning how to communicate with the Automa. Think of it as a kind of runic language, based in symbols.
we will bond with a small construct who's pretty cute, actually. And with his assistance and the assistance of Fareem,
That is pretty cute.
we will learn eventually how to understand the symbols through the cipher of the first ones.
We'll uncover different parts of this alphabet.
So, love it. I can already tell you that this is going to be used as time gating. Love the idea. Nothing wrong with that. We have spoken about this at length with shill shows, with Patreon-only what do we call Lovecrafts. We've spoken about this. The runes are important, and having the ability to actually understand the runes, having the ability to actually understand some of the runes at least, is a good way to inspire more speculation and more people to really care. The issue is, this is going to be tied to how fast you can go into the story and how fast you can finish the story. You're going to be time gated to actually get this done. Maybe every week you'll get another little thing that you can unlock about this. It's not going to be something that you can just know life to learn all of the knowledge of all of the languages. You already saw it. There's like research that has to happen. There's this research console that happens, right?
That broker theory. Is that the one that wrote the book we found in Tazavesh.
Why am I getting two fucking voices now the whole time? Alex, did you change something weird? Because I'm now getting two voices the whole time here. Not sure why. Something seems weird here. It didn't do this before, but now it's fucking doing it. But, okay, so you have this research console, and this, by the way, this is where the time gating is going to start. If you want to if you want to know and continue with the story, you're going to have to collect this in order to research this, in order to understand the language, and this is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks of your time to actually get this done. Not saying it's bad, but this should not be tied to the main storyline. This should be something that is optional, extra. For those people that really care about lore, and that I would fucking do that, right? I would do this, even if it took weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I love this stuff. I want to do it. But there's people who couldn't give two fucks about this stuff. They just want to get to the end game. And I can almost guarantee you, this is not, you're not going to be able to get to the end game if you don't do this. In some way, shape, or form. So a little bit worried about that.
Alphabet and start to learn more about the progenitors and Zereth Mortis itself.
It will allow you to unlock new and different forms of content. So that can range from daily quests to new options on the vendors to places to explore and new side quests that open up. So it's really the gateway to exploring the far reaches of Zereth Mortis.
As we looked into the development of Cipher of the First Ones, we wanted something that was unique that players haven't seen before. A little bit of familiarity, but something that takes that to the next level.
We really involved the whole team in this creative process. We worked with our UI team to be able to represent those through text, through these things talking and seeing them on screen in chat bubbles and in our chat window. Little by little, these kind of runes start taking shape into words that we recognize. But it's going to be a process that unfolds over the course of playing through Eternity's End. The Automa speak in this kind of musical language. They don't talk the way that we mortals are used to speaking.
I love
the sound team was super excited. They jumped in, they started prototyping all kinds.
I like that. I like that. It adds more flavor. It's not something that's overly important, but it's flavor, right? And that really is the only thing that I care about. It adds personality to the world. You have these beings that speak a completely different language to what we do, and maybe eventually we learn how to speak their language, but we don't know what their language is right now. And so I actually kind of like the fact that this is revealed to us.
We gave feedback, and we really ended up in a cool place. As you're playing through and gradually unlocking the language, you'll be able to see those words that they're saying, but still hear those tones.
And then, of course, the
The
sepulcher.
jailer's true goal has never really been to escape the maw or to gain power. He's been focused on reaching this place called the sepulcher, to go into this place of power and to really rewrite the rules of the universe. We'll learn that the jailer has breached the sepulcher of the first ones, and this becomes our new raid for Eternity's End. We're going to gather our forces, we're going to pursue the jailer inside. Once you go inside the sepulcher, there's some mind-blowing visuals. This is a place that should not be able to exist according to the laws of physics as we know them on Azeroth. Just looking out into this impossible sky of seeing these ancient works of the first ones, those laws don't apply to anything we see here.
Love the size. I really enjoy the scope. At least on the video, it looks like a really cool place. I would have liked to see more. I would have liked a dungeon at the very fucking least. If not 2 dungeons, 1 dungeon could have been great, right? Because at the end of the day, like we said before, content. You need to give people something to actually play, to actually enjoy. And it feels kind of bad that all we're getting here is a bunch of outworld content or outdoor content that may or may not be good. We'll have to wait and see with that, because obviously we've not had the time to taste it. But what about the people that like dungeons? Why is there not 2 or 3 new dungeons? You know? Why is there only this raid and then 2 new mythic dungeons, but basically the dungeon that you already had, right? Which is, it's a little bit sad.
Among the bosses that we're going to face in Sepulchre of the first ones include the jailer's forces, maybe a dreadlord or 2 that you haven't tied up loose ends with. We'll face a consular. This is similar to a being like Algalon.
This is actually the best boss so far. Being able to fight a consular, right? Similar to Algalon. Because technically, I honestly didn't think that these creatures would have been susceptible to domination. So it's sort of interesting to see that, no, they are.
But the jailer's gotten to it and has infused his domination magic into the consular. Before we get to the jailer, however, we need to get to Anduin first. Our hope is that we can learn whatever Anduin knows about domination magic. We need to be able to resist it, or better yet, fight it.
Where's Sylvanas?
Jailer, however. This is similar to a being like Algalon, but the jailer's gotten to it and has infused his domination magic into the consular. Before we get to the jailer...
Is that Sylvanas? It's hard to say. She looks very weird without her actual fucking armor. Gonna be honest, she's not in chains anymore. So clearly they've forgiven her.
However, we need to get to Anduin first.
They've forgiven her. They went, oh, never mind.
Our hope is that we can learn whatever Anduin knows about domination magic. We need to be able to resist it, or better yet, fight it.
We know players have been waiting a long time for the return of tier sets, and as devs, we have too.
It's a great blend.
This currently is probably the best thing that they've announced so far, even without knowing what it is, that they're finally bringing tier sets back. I think we can all agree it's fucking high time. It's high time. This should never have been removed from the game. Their reasons for removing it was absolutely silly and stupid, because they created the reason why they had to remove it in the first place. So it's just like, wait, you created the fucking problem and now you're punishing us for the problem that you created. What is that? Right? You will all, what link do you want to send? If you send a link, the bot is automatically gonna time you out. What link do you want to send? Sending it on Discord is almost always better.
Of progenitor magic, golds and metals, along with those class-defining silhouettes. Wolves for shamans, pointy things for rogues. It's going to look amazing.
Our class and combat team was super excited to bring class sets back. This is something that felt really right for the story. We're in the final act of the Shadowlands saga. We're here literally on the brink at Eternity's End.
Instead of just admitting that we fucked up when we removed tier sets and we finally decided to listen to the player base and give it back, we get another one of these. And I hate to make this negative, guys, because I don't want to make it negative, but I fucking have to. We get another one of these bullshit things where, oh, but now tier sets actually make sense in the story. Get the fuck off. Tier sets have always made sense in the story. What are you talking about? We're at the end. This is the big fucking moment. Of course players need tier sets now. Players have always needed tier sets because it was the only thing that made gearing sort of fun. Fuck you. Oh, yeah, now it makes sense. No. Just admit that you made a fucking mistake. Just admit that you made a mistake. That's it. That's all you need. I hate when Blizzard doesn't fucking admit that they make mistakes, dude. It pisses me off so much. What am I looking at? Yeah, but we're watching this. We're watching this. Why are you linking the thing that I'm watching?
And what better place to fully unleash the power of these classes? And I think players will really enjoy the return of those class sets just as much as the team enjoyed making them.
It's just strange. You enjoyed making them so much that you waited years to fucking make them. Yeah. I'm sure we'll enjoy it as much as you guys enjoyed making them.
How do you make something that is mystical and magical and incomprehensible and yet understandable? I think we've done a good job of finding that line.
The team as a whole has been working so hard, and we are so excited to get this out for everyone.
We're gonna get new mounts, new pets.
A bit horrifying for me, but...
I like the mounts, I like the pets. They look at least new-ish, right? They don't look like just proper reskins of everything else. They look kind of newish. So not too horrible, not too bad. It's one of the things we wanted, so...
Exciting for some is the fact that, some of the spider mounts can now fly. Who needs flying spiders? But that's also going to be a cool thing for people.
We have updates to professions, to soulbinds, to conduits. There's...
Why not just let conduits and soulbinds die? Why? Why? It sucks so much, Blizzard. It fucking blows so much. Your soulbinds and your conduits are fucking... oh my god. They are so boring, so moronic. And now you're going, and more of the fucking stupid shit that no one cares about, that no one fucking wants. More of that, please. Save yourself some time, Blizzard. Scrap that shit and spend more time making a new dungeon. Remove the conduits, remove the soulbinds, don't update them, just keep them as is, and add a new dungeon instead. Because that is actually fun. This, by the way, probably one of the best things I've heard all fucking day.
There's a new dancing minigame in Dark Moon Fair.
Dark Moon Fair, for the first time in fucking how long, is getting an update. It's getting something new. It would be great, of course, if they could make Dark Moon Fair always on, rather than this FOMO-induced development strategy of you can only do Dark Moon Fair at certain times of the fucking year or month. This is great, because, like we said before this went live, not everyone has to do this. Not everyone needs to enjoy this, right? You don't need 100% of the player base to go and dance in the new dance studio. But who gives a fuck? If only 5% of the player base likes the new dancing minigame, at least that's 5% of the player base that has something to do. Something that they enjoy doing. So who cares if not everyone likes it? Not everyone has to like everything. It's okay. So this is actually the one thing that I think is fine.
I'm a story guy, so I'm super geeked about watching players kind of piece together those little lore tidbits. That's what excites me as well.
I'm really looking forward to Season 3 of Mythic Plus. Tazavesh is getting split into 2 dungeons. If you're a raider, if you chase Keystone Master, if you're an achievement collector, there's something for everyone to do in this.
Shadowlands is like the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga. And our team is already hard at work on the next stories to come. Can't talk about them quite yet, but when the time is right, we're going to be really excited to share them with you.
Yeah, I'm sure you will be. Steve the Newser is getting his fucking wish, by the way. Steve the Newser is getting his wish. He is actually getting to finish the story of Chris Metzen so he can start his whole new fucking story, right? Without really having to worry about anything else. Personally, I'm sort of mixed, right? There's things that I think is quite cool. There's things that I think is quite fucking awful. So all in all, it comes out to about a 5 out of 10. Very mediocre. Very sort of, we'll see. Because, again, who knows? Who knows what the fuck is going to happen? And I can see from chat that most of you are also sort of going, I'm with you there. I'm with you there. All right, let's see this interview that's been shared with me now. What am I looking at? If it fucking ever loads. Where is this website? Because it doesn't seem to be loading. But I saw someone else link a website as well. That wasn't that. Is this the same? No, this is just the announcement center. Never mind. We'll probably use some of this. Not to worry. Alex, I'm uploading another video for you. Just waiting for this thing to fucking load. Andy, it's not fucking loading. Is it on Wowhead? Wait, is it an interview? It's like a proper interview, right? An interview with Gameran. Here we go. Can I get the actual interview? A separate interview with Irvin confirmed that Season 3 was the final season of Shadowlands. Well, devs say Eternity's End will establish the fate of Shadowlands and its characters. All right, here we go. Here we go, chat. Let's quickly see here. Blizzard developer Steve Denuser and Morgan Day talked to Game Rant about the past, present, and future of World of Warcraft and its characters. November is a historical month for the Warcraft franchise. Not only was it the month when Warcraft Orcs and Humans released back in 1994, it also marked the release of World of Warcraft 10 years later. It is fitting then that Blizzard has announced the next major content patch for World of Warcraft Shadowlands expansion right around the 7th anniversary of the MMORPG. Alright, so skip this. It is impossible to talk about the story of the Shadowlands without Sylvanas Windrunner, Anduin, Rin, and Zuval the Jailer. That triad was core to the story we are telling, the newser said. The story of Shadowlands first saw Anduin captured by Sylvanas after she left the Horde, then saw him transformed into the Jailer's puppet with domination magic. At the end of World of Warcraft's last patch, Change of Domination, Sylvanas turned on the Jailer, but was defeated and captured by players and their allies. Yeah, still one of the worst fucking stories ever told. But anyways, Anduin replaced Sylvanas as the Jailer's hand and now accompanies him as he plunges into Zereth Mortis to claim the secrets of the First Ones and rewrite existence. Anduin is in quite the predicament, and dealing with him will be the only way players can hope to confront the Jailer, according to Day. After all, unless his domination magic can be countered, Zuval could do the same against anyone who stands in his way, except of course for us, because we have plot armor. So we don't have to worry too much about that. Sylvanas is in the predicament of her own. Now that she is in the custody of the Euros, she'll need to be grilled for information, as she was the Jailer's right hand until recently. She knows much of his schemes, and getting that information may be the only way to stop him. It doesn't seem like she would withhold this information. She wanted to help, right, from the beginning. So, well, at least she wanted to help as soon as she realized that she's been played. Let's not get into that now. However, Denuser hinted at an unexpected character's role. When players last saw her, Sylvanas had a portion of her soul return to her body after it was shattered during her death at Arthas' hand, a fate that shares similarities to Uther the Lightbringer's fate in Shadowlands. Because of the shared history, Denuser said the Paladin turned Kyrian may prove integral to the story of Eternity's End. Alright, no problem. In fact, Uther can serve as something of a guide for her through that process. He had no one to help him, to help guide him, but Uther understands what it is like to go through something like that, and you'll see how, you see, okay, now we're getting into, you all know what this is, right? You all know what this is, yeah? If you read all of this, very simply, Blizzard is redeeming Sylvanas from everything. No questions, no answers, no real writing. And I'm not saying that they can't redeem Sylvanas. I said before there are ways to do it, but it's going to take a long time. Instead, it's done very simply. She didn't have all of her soul. Now she has all of her soul. All of you guys that's angry and upset about her, go fuck yourself. I want to say this to all of the Night Elves and to all of the Alliance players specifically who might feel personally involved in this. As a previous loyalist of Sylvanas, to this day still loyalist, but that no longer counts. All I can say is, haha, get some. We've been through this. Believe me, all of us loyalists, we made that choice. We made the choice. We followed Sylvanas, and we were told, without any input from us, that's done now. You can no longer follow Sylvanas. Go fuck yourself. Now you're going to wage war on her. And as loyalists, we went, we don't want to. And Blizzard went, well, you got to. This is it. Fuck off. So, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like Blizzard is at least fucking us on both sides. No one's getting any preferential treatment here. Denuzer and Day are tight-lipped about the fates awaiting Anduin and Sylvanas. Anduin is a hero beloved by many players, but considering he is in a vice grip by the jailer, players can only hope he will be saved. There's no way they're killing Anduin. On the other hand, Sylvanas has much to answer for after the events of Battle for Azeroth. Eternity's End will reveal if Anduin will be the same if he survives this ordeal, or what kind of punishment Sylvanas will receive for her sins. The answer is most likely going to be fucking very little, if any. High Priestess. Okay. Tyrande Whisperwind was absent from the announcement trailer for Eternity's End. Considering the events of Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands, it is no surprise Tyrande and Sylvanas are on a collision course, as Denuzer calls it. He confirmed the High Priest of Elune will appear in Eternity's End and will come to face with a very different Sylvanas than she battled during the opening scenario for Chains of Domination. But she's already forgiven her. She's already said, we choose forgiveness, or whatever the fuck she said. I would say those two figures have a lot to, I don't know if resolve is the right word, because can you ever resolve something that happens on the scale of an entire civilization nearly being wiped out? There is going to be some very heavy interactions between those characters, and that is pivotal to the final conclusion of how Eternity's End and the Shadowlands saga wraps up. I can't wait to see how you shoehorn this fucking forgiveness story into it. Many Night Elf players have had mixed reaction to Tyranda's story arc. While Tyrande has had several epic moments where many of the events she has been involved with have included elements some found unsatisfactory. One such event took place during their last encounter, where Elune withdrew her powers from Tyrande at the last minute, preventing her from getting justice for the near genocide of her people at the Banshee Queen's hand. Of course, I do want to say though, moments later, Elune says, well, actually, it's up to you. Tyrande has to choose whether or not she lives or dies. But when Tyrande wanted to choose to go after Sylvanas, she didn't get to make that choice. That choice was made for her. But then, of course, whether or not she lives, that's her choice. She can choose to live, but she can also not go after Sylvanas. Very convoluted, very fucking difficult to follow. An end and a beginning. With the stakes this high, it is impossible not to sense the finality of the story. In the history of World of Warcraft, expansion packs have followed a release cycle that consists of 3 major content patches, which fill the 2-year gaps between expansion packs. With Eternity's End, however, it seems World of Warcraft is breaking that tradition. Well, we set out to plan the Shadowlands story as this drama in 3 acts, Denuzer said. We have intended for Eternity's End to be the culmination of that story. While he clarified there may be more content to come, Patch 9.2 is the grand finale of Shadowlands. A patch 9.3 could still be forthcoming, but the Denuzer statements and the delays and cancellations both Blizzard and Shadowlands have suffered over the last year suggest otherwise. I don't believe him. Deja TV, by the way, thank you for the follow, really appreciate that. I don't believe him. I think he's lying. They're sort of making it sound now as if 9.2 was always going to be the end of Shadowlands. So they never planned on having a 9.3. Do they think we're stupid? Is that genuinely what they think? So they think we're fucking morons. World of Warcraft has always had 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. And now suddenly they're going, fuck you. There's only going to be 9.2. We planned this from the beginning. This was our plan all along. This is, come on, bro. Just admit that you guys are fucking behind schedule. You had to cut an absolute ton of content, and this is where we are now. You had to rush to this moment because you need this moment so that it can actually fucking work. right? You need this moment. There's nothing else you can do about it. At least admit it. We won't be angry with you. We'll understand that you guys don't give enough of a fuck about your story to not cut stuff. While he clarified there may be, okay, never mind, suffered last year, suggest otherwise. That means there is plenty of speculation as to what will come next for World of Warcraft. With the high concept nature of Shadowlands, many are eager to get back to more grounded concepts back on Azeroth, though others hope to see a continued escalation of the epic cosmic themes World of Warcraft has been ramping up over the last several expansion packs. Denuser doesn't see this as a binary choice. He claims there is room for sweeping cosmic narratives and small personal stories alike. Yes, if you can do it correctly, Denuser, but you don't have a fucking clue, because the next story is again going to happen in the books, in the cinematics, in the game, but also nowhere really at the same time. Don't assume it's just going to be one thing. There's storylines building up for the next great book in... He said the word. He said the word. He said the fucking word. The word is there. The word, you fucking asshole. Oh, the Denuser, you fucking asshole. So that groundwork is laid here, but there's a lot more back on Azeroth we need to get back to and delve into some storylines and characters there. Denuser, can you stick your books up your fucking asshole? They said there are tons of opportunities to find lots of things we feel we can translate into a very understandable way that also has exciting gameplay attached to it while the cosmic story is taking place. While admits that sometimes the literal scale of things gets pretty wild, he recognized players want to see the small things that flesh out the world as well. It may seem impossible for World of Warcraft to downscale after fighting titans, gods, and giant dragons. Denuser and they seem confident they delivered a balanced experience in Eternity's End and will continue to do so in Warcraft's future. Well, that would be a fucking... That would be a first. That would be a first. If you've delivered a balanced experience in Eternity's End, that would be the first time Denuser has done that in the history of World of Warcraft. Balanced experience, my fucking ass. Yeah, this interview sucked. This just made me angry. I'm gonna be honest with all of you. I don't think Denuser has a fucking clue what he's doing. The lore has never been worse under Denuser than at any other point in history of World of Warcraft. Denuser doesn't have a fucking clue. The dude writes the story as if by a 3-year-old, where most of the outcomes are completely either unbelievable or so predictable that they're boring in their conclusions. And then when you do get conclusions, the way that those conclusions are arrived at just feels forced quite often. Like, more often than not, some of the conclusions in World of Warcraft feel forced. You're looking at the conclusion, you're looking at the end of this, and you go, that doesn't make sense. What? So I personally don't think Denuser should be in control of the narrative of World of Warcraft. I don't think the dude has a fucking clue how to write a good story. And I know for a fact that he was brought on for one reason and one reason only. He was brought on to push transmedia. That's it. And before people think, no, not the sexuality or the gender, or I don't know how you, but not that, not real world, transmedia. Transmedia is where you basically push for different styles of media, different to multimedia. Transmedia is where you use books to tell certain parts of the story, games to tell another part of the story, cinematics to tell another part of the story. So you're basically trying to increase your revenue by using as many mediums as humanly possible to basically tell your story. So you require reading the books, watching the cinematics, maybe watching the movie, and playing the game just to get some fucking clue of what all of this is about. That's why Denuser was hired. For those of you that don't know, Denuser basically tried this years ago. He tried this with EverQuest. There's another game that he tried this on. Denuser actually, he's famous for transmedia. He's the guy that spoke at gaming conventions about the use of transmedia in telling stories, right? So yes, Denuser is the guy. He was brought on exactly for that, to increase the revenue, to bump up those sales. This game isn't going to get any better. The story isn't going to get any better, I don't think. We'll see how he ends this. This is his moment. This is what he's been waiting for. This gives him the opportunity to finally break away from Chris Metzen and take the story in the direction that he actually wanted to take the story in. But I would like to hear from you before we end this. How many of you are actually excited after seeing the revelations of 9.2? How many of you are actually excited? Lockdog, how you doing, brother? Yes, we've seen Eternity's End. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are in the same boat as me. Either cautiously optimistic, like I gave it a 5 out of 10, because I'm cautious, right? I've not seen nearly enough to know whether or not this is going to be good or bad, but I think I've seen enough to know that this isn't going to be great, right? Let's see how this plays out. At the end of the day, I'm still, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say, guys. One would have thought, with everything that's been going on with Shadowlands, with the anger of the player base, one would have thought that this would have been the moment that Blizzard pulls out every single stop, right? Every single stop. And it doesn't appear to be the case.
I am very excited. I actually don't like Azeroth-based narrative. I think for me personally Shadowlands lore is better than anything I saw in previous expansions.
Yeah, you and I will never agree on that, Zigzix. Ever agree on that. Thank you for the bets, but no. I can't agree on that. It's sad. Because I wanted to see more. This was the moment that the Blizzard developers had to prove to me that they can make this better.
Comrade, please mourn with us.
Thanks for the 100 bets, dude. I am mourning. I am fucking mourning. Don't worry about that. I want to see something here. Hold up. Yeah, it seems to be a nice like-dislike ratio on this video. Although there seems to be a lot of dislikes as well. But it does appear as if there's, like, you can still see the dislike number, as you can see here. So I think there's right now it seems like a lot of people are happy with it. The show Sylvanas and the yes, Jury Cover, we saw it. It is Sylvanas. At least it looks like Sylvanas, right? You want me to screenshot? Okay, let's screenshot this now. And then hopefully oh, for fuck's sake, come on. Save it. All right, I've screenshotted this now. We'll see, right? We'll see if this changes over the course of the next day. If there's more or less of this. Oh, Alex, here's the last video. Did you edit that one? It's this one, right? All right, I'll download this one so long. All right, chat. I feel a little bit defeated. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel slightly defeated. There's like a part of me that just... I was hopeful. The hopium was real. I was drinking the hopium. I was ready. I was so fucking ready for today, dude. It was going to be awesome. It was going to be great. Blizzard was going to learn. They were going to do everything that they needed to do. And then I watched that and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's exactly what you needed to do. I feel like you needed to do a little bit better than that. You know, so not going to lie. There's a part of me that is sort of time to actually install Final Fantasy XIV. I think now is the time for everyone to actually install Final Fantasy XIV. Give it a bit of go. Give it a go. I don't even want to play the bingo. I don't even want to play the bingo. We didn't get Titans. PR approved. It was sort of PR approved, right? What do you guys think? PR approved? Yes, no? Wait, the PTR is already up? Was PR approved. Got a new zone. Didn't really get Heritage Armor. Sylvanas Redemption is fucking up and running. No new store mount was announced. That's pretty good. No new hair colors was announced. We will do better. They didn't announce that. There wasn't a new cinematic, so apology, taking responsibility. None of that shit happened. Charity pet, nope. Cross-faction rating, nope. Your feedback matters, nope. Zeroth Mortis, that happened. More content, nope. Fake battle stuff, no. Tier 6 happened. No new 6-month mount. New raid, done. New book, fucking done. First ones, kinda. Are we giving it to first ones? What do you say? Yay, no? Yay, nay? I don't feel comfortable giving it first ones because we're not actually seeing first ones. They just sort of spoke about the progenitors.
You look like you
right?
Wait, that's terrible.
Sylvanas redeemed. Sylvanas redeemed. In WoW. All the cup content. All the cup content. Bad writing. Story. Cup fake story. For updates to show they changed to show they changed to still won't play that game because it's not game because it's not Animal Crossing.
What in the fuck is going on? I need to go figure out why this thing is doing it. I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Lockdog, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. I think I know what it is. But I need to figure it out. I just need to turn something off, but that's going to take a while to do. I'm not going to give it to first ones because we've got they sort of announced, they sort of spoke about the progenitors, but we're not seeing the first ones. It doesn't seem like we're really going to learn a lot about the first one, so I'm not giving it to the first ones. Just no. No first ones. No Arthas. More renown. Yes. Because there's a rework. Torgos rework? No. Qualthia content? No. This is a sad state of affairs, bro. This is the first look video. Yes, but I don't know. It's being judged on the first look. I'm over it. I want to be very clear. I am over the days of going, oh my God, guys, this is just the fucking first look. Oh my God, guys, this is just the alpha. Oh my God, guys, this is just the beta. Oh my God, guys, this is the fucking game. I'm over it. Blizzard doesn't get those. I'm done. I have done that for years. I've given them the leeway. I've been like, guys, this is just the alpha. Guys, this is just the beta. Guys, things will still get better. And then when the game launches, I'm the guy going, fuck. It's not getting better, is it? So no, they are being judged 100% on this video. They can change my mind. I'm not now never going to play WoW again. They have all the time in the world to change my mind. But for right now, not good enough. Not good enough. If in a month from now, they actually come out and they do it proper and it's actually fucking good and the PTR looks amazing, I will be the first one to say, guys, made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I was clearly wrong. But for right now, not good enough. This is not... We wanted more communication. You are right. We wanted more communication. But we also wanted good communication. In fact, I would have argued that if this video released half of the stuff or announced half of the stuff that was being released, but actually discussed the stuff that they wanted to release, gave us some actual insight into the stuff that they wanted to release, that to me would have been better, right? That to me would have been better. Because all I'm seeing, the only thing I saw from this fucking Eternity's End, this is a PR statement. This was PR. Nothing more, nothing less. Natural Beef, by the way, thanks for 0 sub. Did really appreciate that. Motherfucker. Coming in here making me feel better. Really appreciate the money, bro. This feels like, oh my God, we need people to sub now. So look at this. This was beautiful. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want, right? This is not what we asked for. There's no difference between this and a normal cinematic that Blizzard releases. There's no difference between this and basically every PTR. Because they didn't tell us shit. They gave us a list of things that we need to look forward to. I'm done looking forward to things. I want to play a game that is good right now. I don't want to play a game that is good tomorrow or that's gonna be good next week. The amazing thing when I log into Final Fantasy, by the way, is that it's good right now. I don't log into Final Fantasy to learn that the game is gonna get good once they fixed a couple of things. I log into Final Fantasy and it's good now. I get everything that I paid for now. It's good. I'm over waiting. I'm over getting promises and bullshit. That's not how this works. You don't get to promise me things and they get my money. No, my money stays in my fucking wallet. I don't know. No, it wasn't with Hyde and Fiesel. It was with Denuser and Day. Wait, what do you mean the raid is, what do you mean the raid is time gated? How has it been time gated? Wouldn't fucking surprise me. Which one? Gonna do the first 8 bosses first week? One half releases 1 week, the rest another week. All right. The first week of normal and heroic mode raiding will be locked to the first 8 bosses up to and including Anduin, while the full 11 bosses will become available in the second week when mythic difficulty and the first wing of Alivar releases. This is 11 bosses, and Anduin appears as the 8th named character. During the first open week of the raid, you will face up to Anduin. This spot was intentionally planned and allowed us to take a closer look at Anduin's story before the final showdown. You can learn a lot from this story. This is... I get it from a lore perspective. I don't necessarily mind this from a lore perspective. They already said we need to learn from Anduin how to control or overcome domination so that we can actually defeat the jailer. Because just going to the jailer will be a bad idea, right? He'll just immediately dominate all of us and then throw us off the bridge or whatever. So I don't necessarily mind this. I think a lot of people are now very angry. I get that. A lot of people are a little bit underwhelmed. I get that too, believe me. But I don't necessarily mind this. I don't think this is the worst thing ever. I tell you guys what, yeah? Tomorrow we'll go through all of the interviews once they've all been released, because over the course of the next few hours, there's going to be a crap ton guaranteed of interviews that's going to be releasing. We'll go through all of those interviews tomorrow, all of the blue posts that we can find tomorrow. So we'll see, right? We'll see. We'll see everything tomorrow. I'm not going to go through anything right now because everything's coming in at the moment. Like, as you can see, every minute there's things coming in. So tomorrow, when I have time to sift through the things that we care about, new level 60 character boost. Wait, so they really believe their game is so fucking terrible that they're allowing you to boost through the whole fucking game? Like, what? Oh no, thank you for the 2 community subs, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. Like, Shadowlands is so bad. They just wait. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You can just boost through the whole thing. Just get to max level. Get into the end game. We don't even care anymore at this point. Just boost. Okay. All right. Fine. I guess. No judgment here. Hey, it is what it is. Okay, this is just we've reached the limits of absolute fucking farce. This is a farce. I do believe actually this might be the first time ever that we've had the ability to max level boost in the expansion, like the ability to boost through the current expansion to max level. I do believe this might be the first time ever. And I guess they did it because Blizzard is really learning from Final Fantasy, because it is my understanding that in Final Fantasy you can actually boost to max level. So fuck all of you, myself included, who say that Blizzard doesn't learn from Final Fantasy. They do. Of course, they only learn the wrong lessons, I suppose. Oh, so you can only boost to 10. Okay, never mind. I'm lying. I'm clearly lying. Blizzard actually, they're still reinventing the wheel. So, Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never boosted a character in Final Fantasy. I'm literally basing it off, I think Nagura said that she boosted a character in order to raid with, I think, Scribe and his guild. So I literally based it on that because she made it sound as if she boosted so that you could raid like the next day. So I just thought you could boost to max level probably. I've never even looked at the boost in Final Fantasy because why the fuck would I boost past the very thing that I want to play the game for, the story? So I wouldn't boost. But anyways, this is a massive kick in the teeth. It's so... Because this shows the level of respect, right? It shows how much they respect their own story. The answer, of course, being absolutely fucking not. They don't respect their story at all. They couldn't give two fucks about their own story. Because they're literally willing to go, hey, screw it. Skip past it. We don't care even. So why do we still care? Why do we still care, chat? I genuine question, why do we still care? Now, you don't have a problem with it, but as a raider, I do. I am pissed they're time gating the final raid. Well, you shouldn't look at it as the final raid. You should instead sort of look at it as 2 raids, right? So the first raid, you get 8 bosses, you finish that, and then after that, you get 3 more, right? That's instead how you should look at it. Rather than just looking at it as you can't finish the first raid. Or the raid in the first week. Boost those jobs because they have a previous level requirement. I think you do. Ought to be good in the end. Well, Tajanor, there's a point at which I have to start asking myself, is it even worth fighting for? Because they don't seem to care, right? Shadow Rodney, how you doing, brother? What this showed me, Activision was calling the shots on that. Don't give 2 shits how it looks. They already had it in the can. True. That's what I'm getting from it. As I'm sitting here, I'm looking at everything and I'm thinking to myself, I don't see Blizzard turning this around in 10.0 because it seems like their mindset is still very much based on let's make money. Let's fucking make money. Let's see how little we can do and how much we can make. That's it. That's all I see from Blizzard consistently. Is how little can we do, how much can we fucking make. It sucks, but that's what I'm getting from this. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the stream today. I had great fun hanging out with all of you. I have to go buy food. I have nothing to fucking eat. Because we streamed way later than normal today. But I did fucking enjoy it. It was still a lot of fun. Thank you so much for accompanying me on this, shall we say, hellish journey. Vagar, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Well, actually, normal time. Is it normal time? I think it's normal time. I think we'll be back normal time tomorrow. Maybe we will definitely look at the interviews if there's some interesting interviews and some interesting blue posts to actually look at. If not, we'll maybe play Final Fantasy, or we'll see if my RAM can handle it, because I'm still waiting for the RMA on my actual RAM to happen. So we'll wait and see. Is there anyone actually live that we could raid? I don't know. I don't raid people really ever. We could probably try and look. Who do you guys want to watch? We could probably do... I think I know who. Fuck it, yeah. We'll go for Nobble. Let's raid Nobble. You guys can go say hello to Nobble. If I can fucking find where my raid button is. Here we go. Let's raid Nobble. There we go. Alright. Even if you don't want to watch, guys, just go say hello at least. Just go chill out for a bit. Just say hello. I mean, I'll see all of you tomorrow. Hopefully. Most of you will be back tomorrow. We'll see what we do. We'll see how much trouble we can get into tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.
Burns you down from time to time. There's no helmet of Dodge. Ekalon, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everybody coming over. We're just ranting away about WoW and all that. Hello, hello. Well, in the pre